G'day, g'day. How's it going, guys? I'll start at the top. G'day, Loki. I'm going to fix my Harry stream withdrawal. Can't help you there. You're fucked. Yeah, I'm feeling better. A bit of information at the time. I thought I had just pinched my sciatic nerve, and that was it. And it was sort of radiating down my and it sort of. But as the actual sciatic nerve sort of, dissipated, that sort of stuff, I realized that I actually injured when this was when I was actually running, and I actually slipped, and I tried to prevent myself from falling over and scratching myself and all that, and sort of put a lot of compression. And what I did was I tightened up the muscle along the side of my leg, and also I really locked up my knee. I didn't realize, because the sciatic nerve was so radiating a lot of pain, I didn't realize, I thought it was all related to each other, but it wasn't. So I did actually cause myself a bit of a knee injury. I did get myself checked, but the doctor said, well, she doesn't think it's structural. She doesn't think there was anything wrong. She said, my ligaments are really strong. So she said, I don't think you've just basically inflamed it quite a bit with a lot of compression, and these muscles are well-known sports injuries with people that actually do a lot of running. So I said, and she said, well, you have to learn to basically work those muscles much better, and sort of get a rolling pin, which I used for my glutes, remember, when I had that glute problem. And so, yeah, I need to basically get more into that. Well, my general leg's fine. Sciatica is gone. I've still got a bit of numbness in the knee, and a bit of, it's not feeling 100% yet. So hopefully this week I'm going to take it easy. I didn't go for any runs or anything like that, so I'm just taking it easy and just letting it sort of settle itself down and get back to being normal, so I can get back to doing my normal sort of stuff of pushing myself like mad. What's new? Yes. Thanks for asking. Hey, Harry, I take it you've seen about Biden's nonsensical proposal involving limiting red meat. What are your thoughts? He's a cockwomble. That's my thoughts. I mean, the man can't even get up a flight of stairs like on the Air Force One. He struggles, let alone if he's on even less meat, he's going to become more sarcopenic and more osteoporotic. He'll fall apart. So I wouldn't recommend it to him. So he's his own worst enemy when it comes to nutrition. But he's the sort of another person that sort of accepts what the experts are telling us, or have been telling us for some time. And that's the problem. So, yes, unfortunately, that's the nonsense. At least he did one good thing where he actually spoke about the Armenian genocide and stuff like that. So that was a positive thing. One thing that people don't know is that the Germans were actually involved in an earlier genocide. I mean, people think about the Holocaust. That wasn't it. The first genocide, big genocide, was actually the Belgium emperor was actually involved in one of those in the Congo. And then also the Germans in their colony in Namibia, which is now called, it was called then, what was it, Southwest Africa, as it was called. And they had actually perpetrated one before the First World War some time ago. And actually, they actually assisted the Turks as advisors, because they were, remember, involved with the Turks in the First World War, and they actually assisted them as advisors in actually how more efficiently, one good thing about Germans, are very efficient, how more efficiently to kill off the Armenians. So, yes, so that was a good thing that he did. it's about time. But also, I think a few things have been lost in history in regards to other parties involved. It's the reason why the media, even though Erdogan is a quite expansionist, he doesn't respect international law. He continually basically threatens Greece with invasion and stuff like that. I mean, what sort of neighbour is somebody that's actually got in their statute books of their own parliament legislation to declare war on their neighbour? I mean, that tells you everything about the ruling classes. I mean, I've got Turkish friends. I mean, many Turks are against Erdogan, and many Turks are against this sort of xenophobic, nationalistic, sort of fascist sort of thinking that's coming out of the regime currently, very undemocratic regime. But unfortunately, a lot of people are swept up in the nationalism and the patriotism and stuff like that, and it's being misdirected, unfortunately, by a lot of them. They don't realise they're being manipulated by a puppet master called Erdogan. He likes to manipulate even his allies and his regional partners, plays one against the other. So there's nothing new there. But I'm glad to see that that Biden had the balls to basically talk about this, because everybody's. But what I'm, something that was missed in the whole conversation is Germany's sort of involvement in this as well. That sort of got missed. But anyway, they were exposed later with the actual. But had they been exposed then, maybe the 6 million Jews wouldn't have actually perished. So, sometimes you need to expose these and all that. And the other awful thing is in Turkey, a person who lives in Turkey, actually, this is on a blog, and he actually mentioned that in their textbooks, like in primary school textbooks, they actually basically blame the Armenians. How crazy is that? The people that perpetrated are blaming their victims. So, yeah, that's how crazy they're indoctrinated at the age of 6 to believe this nonsense. So they've got a long way to go to basically own up to their crimes, historical crimes. I think the Japanese also got off lightly when it came to some of their crimes in China as well. As allies, current allies, we never really pressed them as much. They should have basically apologized for those things. Even though they are a Western ally, they still basically did the wrong thing back then, and they should apologize for those genocidal behaviors as well. I mean, that's the reality. We can't, if you cover up those sort of things, then basically, mass killings and whatever else, you cover those up. What it does is it just basically excuses certain people, and then allows dictators and authoritarians to do the same thing in the future. So when they're exposed, look what happened with the Germans. They were exposed. They were dragged through their killing fields. They were dragged through to see the sort of the damage that they had done. And most West Germans saw it. And that was the best thing that the American troops did, drag them through those killing fields to see, how they had descended into barbarism and the things that they had done. And that changed the West Germans. The East Germans never did, the Russians never did that, because they were just as bad in some regards. They never took the East Germans through. And that's why today the East Germans still have some of these old ideas in terms of their hostility towards other racial groups and stuff like that. They still basically haven't been reformed, so to speak, where the West Germans are much more reformed in this regard, which is luckily the majority of Germany as a population. So that's a good thing, a positive thing. But, unless you confront your crimes, you can't move forward and become better, So it's very important. It's the other reason why I think that even people that are in prisons should be confronted with their victims, I've actually seen sort of sessions where they're being confronted, and it's actually had a profound effect on them and others. So it's an important thing. Well, I see benefits in it, both for the community and also to try and actually change people. Or at least, well, you're not going to change everyone, but at least even if you change a few over time, it's better than nothing. Anyway, let's move on. This is a nutritional thing. Why am I talking other things? Okay. Also, another news piece closer to our community. Carnivore Aurelius is defending a heavy intake of fructose. Fuck me. And that's the thing here that you actually put on screen, which I will... Wonderful. I just knocked myself out. Sorry. Shit happens. I sort of rearranged my screen. So as a consequence... okay. So benefits of fructose: increased CO2 production, improves thyroid health. Based on what? Reduces gut endotoxin. That's an association. I mean, we don't have anything that actually proves that. And at the end of the day, you know, gut permeability is a big issue with endotoxin, and it's usually things like carbohydrates and all that usually open up gut permeability. So even if CO2 does, who cares? Big thing. Deplete sulfate, which is important when eating lots of... Actually, sulfate is important. So depleting sulfate isn't a good thing. High in nutrients plus helps retain minerals like magnesium. What a load of garbage. It's very low in nutrition. Improves glucose metabolism. No, it doesn't. We've got plenty of studies to show basically that it actually gets converted to fat in the liver. And I mean, even Lustig did the studies where he actually showed isocaloric. All he did was take out all their fructose and give them starch, the kids, and their fatty liver went down. So, I mean, what a load of crap. Increases pyruvate dehydrogenase, which may be anti-cancer. Garbage. Reductionist nonsense. That's all it is. Reduces stress. No, it doesn't. God, show me the mechanism. There's nothing in the literature that shows any mechanism. Helps stabilize blood sugars with protein. Garbage as well. You have enough fructose with enough sugar with basically meat, and I can tell you'll be engaging the Randall cycle, and it definitely won't be a good thing. Makes you immune to veganism. It's actually a nonsensical statement to even say. So, yeah, absolutely garbage. You know, they can't prove any of this in terms of mechanism. It's all associational. And we know basically that when you eat carbohydrates in general, when you eat more carbohydrates, you know, there seems to be slightly more CO2 production, but that's because you're basically burning at this very rapid rate anyway in the mitochondria, which creates also more reactive oxygen species. So, you know, it's again reductionist nonsense and stuff like that. Nobody's shown high helps retain minerals like magnesium. I've never seen one study to show fructose actually has a retention of magnesium. You know, the only thing that actually retains all electrolytes is basically, including magnesium, potassium, sodium, and everything, is very high water retention due to insulin. But that's, you know, definitely not a good thing. I'd rather basically just take a bit of extra salt to keep the homeostasis rather than basically inflaming myself and other things like that. So it's improves thyroid health based on what? Most people that basically on a kibble diet have a lot of thyroid issues, both hyper and hypo. So, you know, fucking nonsense to say the least. So, I mean, I don't even sit around arguing, because all I say to these people, if you're putting these arguments forward, you provide me the evidence, because I'm not going to basically go away to try and actually disprove this. All they need to do is basically prove all these points. They've got no evidence to prove all these points. All they've got is basically reductionist arguments, like Ray Peat. This is sort of the Ray Peat nonsense. That's all it is. So yeah, I would say Carnivore really is basically has been influenced by the Ray Peat community, like Salad Boy. What's new? Anyway, that's another one. So let's go through them. That's that one there. I made a big change to my diet recently. I'm now getting 40 to 50% of calories from fructose and have never felt better. The other 50 are from steak and beef liver. Here are some reasons why. So that was his other one, was it? Glycemic index is a scam. Well, we know that. Fructose demonization is a scam. Well, it depends on the quantity. Small amounts of fructose probably aren't going to be a problem, but large amounts of fructose are definitely going to be a problem. It's the way animals fatten up for the winter. What do? At the end of summer and in the beginning of the fall, what do? They consume shitloads of fructose to create fatty liver, to fatten up. It's what animals have been doing for its basic physiology. And if you combine that with meat, you actually engage the Randall cycle and put it on steroids, which is what animals do in the wild. Crap. My fasting blood glucose is better than it was on Carnivore. Well, fasting blood glucose, you have to remember that fructose is only half glucose. So you've got lower glucose. Fructose doesn't raise insulin. What it does is it increases basically fatty liver. It increases fat production in the liver. So that is what it actually does. So you will get a lower glucose, sugar effect in the blood in terms of glucose, but basically it's in the liver and it's being converted to fat. That's what, and being exported as triglycerides. So you'll have higher triglycerides and lower blood glucose. What about it? It's still worse. The whole purpose is you don't want to be generating high triglycerides. I'm leaner and more muscular than I was on Carnivore. Well, I don't know. It depends. If you're basically consuming no fat, a low fat diet, and you're consuming basically sugar as your main fuel, which is and then you could basically be similar to a low fat diet, where you will be potentially not engaging the Randall cycle, but it's not basically the most healthiest way to live. So these are just arguments, and these are N of one. The reality is this is not based on studies or based on science. It's just based on opinions of people. So it's pretty much irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Just because somebody says something, I say, show me the evidence that it's not contraindicated. They can't, it's their opinions. So basically, yeah, I saw the BS on the Baker's channel. They want the average American to eat 2 kilograms of red meat per year. Yes, that's the one we were talking about earlier. Yes. Yeah, fucking crazy. Yeah. I mean, my father's reversed his sarcopenia and his muscle wastage by increasing his meat consumption and doing some exercises, but it's primarily his meat consumption, because his meat consumption preceded his actual exercise regime, which came on much later. That was to accelerate the muscle growth that I did. But he's already, from his mid-70s to his mid-80s that he is now, he basically, in his first couple of years, 5, 6 years it was, because he's only been doing the little weights about 4 years now. So he had put quite a bit of muscle mass back just by increasing the meat consumption. Simple as that. So these people are just going to basically cause even more harm. When we're down to, in the US, down to 30% consumption of animal products, the last thing we want to do is go even lower, with the rates of osteoporosis, sarcopenia, and all the other health problems. Fucking crazy, to say the least. Yes. Yes, nearly there. Just a bit of the knee, as I mentioned earlier, getting there. Spiritual diet, probably. It's all these basically. As I said, the nonsense. Not that I'm having a go. I know some of my own subscribers are ex-vegans and ex-vegetarians and stuff like that. But I would say, because they do subscribe to me, they're the smarter ones. But the dumber ones that basically went to veganism and flat Earth and all these other nonsensical, crazy stuff, whatever, they basically have a tendency to basically go, when they become carnivore, to go to other nonsense. So it doesn't surprise me, doesn't surprise me one iota. So most people that come from a low carb paleo community and all that tend to be more educated, tend to be more sensible, tend to be more level headed, tend to not fall for all this nonsense and pseudo crap. And, so yes, you could have a much healthier conversation. Most of these other ones are just crackpots, masquerading as carnivores. Just because you're a carnivore, you can still be a crackpot, and there's plenty of them. And they usually are ex-vegans that were crackpots then and just brought their crackpottery into the carnivore community. I've got very little time for them. Thank you, Rip, Deborah. G'day, Kitty. Your thoughts on Warren Buffett pledged to donate most of the fortune to the Bill Gates Foundation? What a waste of... What can I say? What a waste to give to that misanthropist all that money to do more evil. That's all I can say on that. What hasn't been said by others. Awesome preliminary thalassemia video on using taurine. We'll post results. Thanks, mate. And I will be following up with some more stuff eventually in regards to this sort of condition, some other related information and stuff like that. It's an area that I do want to do more research in, because it does affect people in the Mediterranean, in West Africa, in a number of other parts of the world, to different degrees. And it's one of those things that can be quite a killer, can be quite harmful to people. So it's something that I do want to basically get a bit of a handle on, with some of the dosing and stuff like that, because currently, and I mean, that's why I said to people, if people can basically do a bit of experimentation, trying and then testing and seeing the sort of results and stuff like that. The thing really, when it comes even to, like muscle fibers and all that, taurine has this really good thing about the membrane, the stability, to prevent remodeling and stuff like that. And I think that's where those characteristics of basically being able to stabilize protein structures and stuff like that is one of the key elements. But at the same time, I don't know what the dosages are, because I don't have the disease. I can't test myself. So if you can test yourself and actually report by comments and stuff like that, I'll read those comments. Don't worry. When they come up, I'll check them out and stuff like that. And I can always basically, then it provides me with an avenue to say, okay, this is the dosage. Why is it happening at that dose? Which I can then go down that rabbit hole and actually develop a good protocol for other people. Because currently all I can just talk in general, that there is research that shows a relationship, but we don't really have something that we can actually provide people to action in a meaningful way. So you guys can help me develop something like that. It would be appreciated. Anyway, curious about the probiotic fixed gut dysbiosis will be able to tolerate dairy. Coffee seems to cause skin inflammation, acne, and all that. Well, the gut dysbiosis, that was a sort of covering all the genes and stuff like that are affected, that are drivers and all that. And obviously a bad diet will actually upregulate some of these genes, and a better diet will downregulate these sort of genes. Some of the other information I've covered before, which is the B vitamins, the vitamin D, the sort of, and I've got a whole lot of ones on the pathogens, how to eliminate the pathogens, so that helps as well. But you've got to restore, when you eliminate the pathogens, I mean, some people that may have C. diff. I mean, C. diff actually causes a lot of the gut issues, the major gut surgical procedures and all that in the US. About 40% are related to C. diff. 40%. That's quite a big thing. And that Dietary, the Swedish strain. Now, Sam asked me last time, he said, all about this. He put a comment about all the different Dietary. I mean, there are other brands and all that. No. Let me just clarify that once and for all. Dietary, like Lactobacillus reuteri or Lactobacillus acidophilus or Lactobacillus rhamnosus, they are families of strains of bacteria. They are not one single type. Within that family, there are multiple strains, and they usually have like a number, like DSM, what's the other one? 17976, I think. I can't remember now. Which is one strain. That's one single strain. So in that family, there could be, 10, 20, 100 different strains, depending on the species. So that species has a number of different strains, which has a number of different variations of that species. Do we understand now? So they are the different strains, and different strains have different effects. Like some Dietary can have a neutral effect. Some will have a positive effect. And there are some in the same family that can have a negative effect or a positive effect. So you have to go specifically for the strains. A lot of the commercial stuff is just garbage because they just have this general strain type thing, and they both have both ones that are negative and positive, and you really don't end up with a good result. I'm not really big into probiotics. I'm into specific strains that are basically going to have a targeted effect and all that. It's like the Dietary, the one that Swedish brand, the Biogaia, or the one that I'm talking about. And basically, those two strains, only one of them actually has a very strong anti-C. diff effect, and I've made a video about it. It's on my channel, so people just have to go and look at the probiotics, playlist, and it's got the videos, and one of them is, I just can't remember the name. One of them is basically on that specific strain, so you can just go grab this. Order that strain, and you will eliminate the problem. Then you've got to bring back the beneficial bacteria. The beneficial bacteria, you got to get the B vitamins in. You got to get the D in, so whether the sun or supplement. So that's that sort of thing. And the other side, the other side of the coin is to remember that, just taking antibiotics once, will basically knock within 12 hours, will knock your bacteria. It can vary between strains. Some can be knocked down to 90%, some can be, but on average, it's about 75% reduction of your gut microbiome from antibiotics. And the different strains will vary because of the effects of the antibiotic on different bacterial strains. So it's a very complex thing. I just tried to make it simple with just an average, an approximate average. So, and it can vary between people because they do have different gut microbiome sort of environments, whatever you want to call them. So basically there's, that's the nuanced side of it. So basically you need to basically look at all those sort of factors. So going forward, I will be looking into a lot of this sort of stuff. When it comes to the gut, I will be doing a general one, like it'll be like, this is how you action to, and it will basically be, and it won't be just gut dysbiosis, it will basically be what I call a digestive reset. So that will be looking at the stomach, the gallbladder, the whole bloody lot, so it's going to be a complete digestive reset, because usually when you've got one ailment, you usually have the other ailments to different degrees, but you usually have, you got leaky gut, you've got this, you got that, you got gallbladder issues, you got pancreas issues, you got stomach issues, because you're doing a species inappropriate diet and you've dysregulated all these different organ systems to different degrees. Now they all vary. The problem is, if you use a reductionist single type approach, people do this, it doesn't work. They do that because it's multi-pronged. So you have to go after all the issues, because usually if you're basically not producing enough bile, you're going to be basically not clearing out the small intestine. So basically you're going to be creating environments for candida, environments for basically small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. So all these go together, low stomach acid, you're going to have more candida and more H. pylori and other bacteria in your stomach as well, suppressing the ability to create stomach acid. So all these are they are all related. So you've got to go after them as all together in totality and sort things out. Anyway, let's move on. That's for a future video. G'day, Honest. Good to see you. Always lovely to see Honest. And Deborah, have you watched Salad Boy's latest pronouncement that there is no optimal diet for humans? God, I'd like to get basically like a brick wall, write N15 on it, on the wall, and actually put his face right against it and say, "Can you read this? You fool." What a cockwomble, as Bart would say. What an absolute fucking cockwomble. He's become. No optimal diet. God almighty. We're only been for millions of years super and hyper carnivore based on N15 data, and it's only in the last couple of years. Just because we decided in the last 5 to 10,000 years to basically jettison our ancestral diet and include more kibble in the diet, it doesn't make it basically the optimal diet or species appropriate, which is the best way to actually specify this. Rather than using the word optimal, we should say species appropriate, because that's how we should describe it. And species appropriate diet isn't basically throwing more kibble into the mix. What a cockwomble. Anyway, an elderly person with vitamin D levels of 18 and a bad gut damaged by antibiotics. What would you do? High dose vitamin D, B50 at the same time, or conservatively a high dose of vitamin A needs. Now, obviously, I'd be trying to get the vitamin D up into the system, because that will close the gut permeability, will help actually close those tight junctions and improve the mucosal layers. So that's the one thing that I'd be doing initially. Now, obviously, because these people are going to have malabsorption issues and stuff like that, they may have bile issues, biosynthesis issues and stuff like that, I would go for a liposomal vitamin D. So on iHerb, there is a liposomal vitamin D, and it is basically down to very small 25 or less nanometers. So it's very, anything below 50 is great. So it has very good absorption levels. So I would definitely go for something like that than a stock standard vitamin D, in order to improve the uptake of larger quantities of it. Obviously, I'd do the B50. Make sure the pantothenic acid is at 50, not above. Any B50 that has higher than 50 pantothenic acid is not good. Okay, and also you should have all the other stuff as well, methylfolate, methylcobalamin, and all that. And the reason that there again is conversion. Some people are very poor converters of basically folic acid and can basically create cyanide from it. I'm one of them. So yes, in that regard. The other thing is vitamin A you'd be able to get from your food. Basically, you may want to be taking HCLs and a sort of a proteolytic, like there's a proteolytic formulation which Mercola puts out, which combines both proteolytic enzymes and biosalts, which can help with absorption, with better absorption as well. So that's a sort of mix as an interim step to try and help things. But I definitely get the liposomal because you want to basically fix the gut barriers as fast as possible. Now, I don't know what their damage situation is in their gut, whether they have any pain in their gut. That may mean that they may have some pathogens in there. So that Dietary that I talk about would be a must in order to eliminate that problem. And if they've got a lot of diarrhea type related symptoms, definitely that Dietary, because a lot of the pathogens, even the ones that don't cause a lot of pain, or just cause discomfort and bloating, they do tend to also cause a lot of diarrhea. So you need to eliminate those as well. So that would be my approach. Anyway, I better start moving through these because I've really fallen behind, haven't I? What's new? Transcendental meditation. I'm just kidding. Get off the carbs. ADHD is very much associated with the sympathetic, and that's driven with a lot of carbohydrates. When you reduce the carbohydrates, go more ketotic, low carb, more meat-based, and you increase your taurine as well, which helps. Taurine also helps with increasing GABA and calming. So if you can't get a young child off basically, you can't minimize entirely their sugar intake, then I would be looking at trying to get a bit of taurine into their diet above what their levels. They would have natural levels of synthesis, but trying to improve, or even getting a GABA supplement as a short-term thing to basically moderate their behavior, and that may make it easier to basically reduce their addiction on other things. So it may be able to easier way to regulate their addiction. So sometimes you have to do something. I don't like taking GABA supplements for a long period of time. Can create certain potentially imbalances and stuff like that. You need the body naturally to produce how much it needs. But at the same time, what I'm trying to say is, as a short-term intervention, it may be a good thing. It's like a small amount of melatonin, very low doses, may be a good thing also for sleep for some people, but it's not a good long-term thing because you can down-regulate your endogenous production. So there's a lot of the things where for small periods of time, again, the B vitamins, 3 months only, it's all these sort of nuanced things. But I know that Mary Ruddock, she deals with a lot of kids that have got these conditions. So if you want somebody to basically provide you with a good plan how to do it, to adjust the child, I would definitely consider consulting with Mary. she's really good at dealing with these sort of conditions. I don't deal with these conditions. I know some of the general science and stuff like that, but she actually deals with kids with these conditions. So she's got much more clinical experience than I have, or I will ever have. So that would be probably the best person to consider her. Oh, that's a hard one, mate. That's a hard one. Just take a look at what's happening with milk and raw milk. Jared basically, moves it across the borders. He goes to another country, picks it up, and brings it back to Canada. So, there are other options, so you can always get other people to package it in cold packs, and or you could go across the border to another country, and you could hire a vehicle, and basically go across and actually purchase big bulk orders for yourself and your family and friends, and then bring it back, something like that. So look, it's hard times. If I don't think that's ever going to get through the Congress or the Senate. I don't think it's ever going to get through. This is sort of vegans, vegetarians, and all the sort of these misanthropists that are pushing this agenda and hoping that they will get traction. But I don't think. I mean, look how even on an issue like like the climate change stuff and all that, they've got a president that basically supports it, but at the same time, America hasn't made major changes, has it? So it's minor changes at the periphery. So politicians will tend to pander to these things, but they will not basically enforce these things to the level that these people want them to. It's because they risk losing votes. So I don't think it's really going to happen, to be honest. I don't think at all that it's really going to happen. But yes. But it's concerning, because the concern isn't really with the politicians. The concern is the average middle class is slowly being manipulated to think that they should be consuming less meat. That's where the danger is. It's the old supply and demand in the economy. If demand drops, supply will follow and drop, and supply will become more expensive because economies of scale. When you scale something down, it becomes more expensive to produce. So, while it may not become scarce, it'll become more expensive, and not everybody will have the affordability. That will be another element in the mix that will affect people's ability to be able to get access to food, not merely because it's limited, but because they can't afford it. So there's plenty of food deserts in the US that already are limiting the supply of good food to a lot of people. So it just will get worse in a sense. Past 11 o'clock. I'm going to start having my coffee. Anyway, yes. There's always the radical in here. You recommend Doctor's Best? I don't actually recommend anything. I don't actually recommend anything. I think I may have said to someone that that's one that I've used in the past, but that's about it. I think that's all I said. I wouldn't use it anymore because, as you said, it's got higher than the actual amount. But I don't believe I'd actually. If I did, that was my error then. So my mistake. If I actually uttered those words, I fucked up. But as I've said from the beginning, It has to be pantothenic acid. It has to be at 50. I've always said that the pantothenic acid is the problem. It has to be below at 50 or below. So if I actually recommended something which had higher than 50, then I fucked up without realizing it. Slip of the tongue, or basically not actually thinking. Somebody asked me, "Oh yeah, find this," without really thinking it through. And so, yes, after all, we are human and we do err. So, yep. Ignore my slip-ups. Focus on the dosage that I've always talked about when it comes to B5. It's got to be at 50 or below for 3 months. Okay. Oh, yes. Please hit the like button. Thanks, Loki. You never know what they will write in this world. That was the stuff. Yes, it sounds like a vegan would have written that. Yeah, it does really sound. Yes, not very species appropriate carnivorous of him. Yes, to a large extent, Salad Boy basically created these conditions and promoting this sort of stuff. I mean, yes, exactly, very much so, Lukey. The reality is, when it comes to fructose, it's seasonal. It has never been in our diet all year round. It's only at it's seasonal, not available all year round. I mean, even other parts of the year, even when you go and get, for instance, honey from a beehive and you actually eat the actual, there's very little honey in it, very little fructose, and basically also the waxy material that of the honeycomb thing is basically all made of lipids anyway. So it's more of a fatty, and that's why it's a very, unsweetened sort of a snack, as Mary described it, that she tasted it. And basically, they just did it for them. They didn't do it because they were asking about it. They didn't do it. They went past a lot of beehives and just ignored them because they're not seasonal. These people eat seasonally, So when it's seasonal and there's a lot of honey, yes, they'll have it then seasonally, as people who used to have it in the past seasonally, and that was it. They used to have seasonal fruit and all that, So it was a treat, a seasonal treat for them. Now, they didn't know what effects it had on their bodies, but it did have where was the positive effect? I'll tell you where the positive effect is. When you in an environment where the animals become leaner and you've got less access to a key nutrient, which is animal fat, you can't, with a lot of lean muscle meat through the year, you cannot retain muscle mass. You cannot retain body, you could say, fat stores to basically provide you with long chain fats through the rest of the year when you're not getting access to a lot of animal foods. So the Hudzas, as a consequence, they are forced out of necessity to basically fatten themselves up seasonally. You don't see that of the Maasai because they don't need it. And they are much more healthier, the Maasai, and more robust. Why? Because they're getting through dairy all year round. They're getting fat. So they're getting plenty of fatty dairy, with all that cream and stuff like that. They even make a lot of cream type things for their kids to consume. So they are getting shitloads of saturated fats from their diet. They don't need to basically fatten themselves up. That's why they've got a six-pack, those Maasai. They're very lean. Where if you take a look at some of the others, they, like even the Samburu people and stuff like that, they tend to have a bit of fat on them. Why? Why do they have this? Because basically they need to store fat. And that is why seasonal sugar, seasonal stuff helps them in an environment where there are lean animals. You need to basically use fructose to convert to fat, store it. So basically it can provide you with that additional energy that you will deplete through the rest of the 9 months of the year when you're eating more leaner meats. So it is an adaptation of a lot of tribal societies. They've augmented. They had to adapt in an environment where the mega beasts ceased, the very fatty animals of the past, that we're in an interglacial period where it's much warmer. And it shows exactly what humans did. When they domesticated animals, what did they do? They tried to fatten them up as much as possible. It's not surprising because they realized the importance of fatness in an animal. You know, it's energy, additional energy, which is very hard to hunt down in an environment where animals are leaning up. So the option for societies like the Hudson and that is to basically use seasonal sugar to basically fatten up, to engage the Randall cycle in those periods seasonally, to basically fatten up on fruit via fructose. You know, it works for them. It provides them with additional fat stores, and it gives them a sort of a buffer through the leaner times through the year, especially in the wintry months, or in those sort of environments would be the drier, sort of cooler months and stuff like that. It would give them far more nutrient, on board energy in a sense. So that's an important thing. We need to nuance these and understand these things. You know, so if this guy was basically doing lean meats all year round and basically just engaging the Randall cycle over 3 months with a lot of sugar at the same time with meat, and basically building up fat stores for the rest of the month, then he'd be doing something equivalent to these tribal people. That's what he would be doing. But he's not. He's recommending it as a standard thing to incorporate. And long term, that's not going to be very healthy for him. But anyway, and on the deuterium side, long-term continuous high levels of deuterium damaging your nanomotors will eventually do you more harm and age you faster. But, you know, good luck to him. What was I going to say? Do you think desiccated liver is legit? It seems like it. I haven't tested. I basically use animal livers. I don't buy livers from anyone. I don't buy organ supplements. I basically just have liver and we'll cut it up, cook it, and have a bit here and there as a multivitamin, like the Maasai do, like all these other tribal groups do. They cut a bit and share it amongst themselves as a little snack, as a multivitamin for the day. So that's how I would treat it. Even when I'm in Asia, I usually go to the side and I ask them for small little bits of liver. So they'll cook it on a grill, just small bits, and they just sell you a small bit with some other meat as well. So done. And that's how I get my multivitamin per day. So easy, uncomplicated. You can basically buy yourself a big liver, cut it up into very small pieces in that regard, cook it all in one hit, separate it in small bits, put it in freezer bags, and then when you need to, heat it up and have it on a daily basis, or basically, it's up to you. There are other devices people can use to slightly dry it out. It does lose a bit of nutrition, but then again, so you have a bit more as a consequence. So you could have about a small, like an ounce a day, which a good multivitamin, and it's a natural one coming from an animal. Anyway, go and check my video. I've done a video on electrolytes, on all on magnesium, potassium, on the excretion rate, and all the bullshit. Where your insulin goes down on a much lower carbohydrate diet, you basically you will lose more sodium, and as a consequence, other minerals as well. So up your sodium, that's all. And as long as you're getting enough from the food, you're usually getting, if you're on a carnivore diet and you're eating a species appropriate, you should be getting enough magnesium, potassium just from the meat based on the excretion rate. That's the important. As long as you're getting enough sodium to keep it all in, and you're having homeostasis, that's fine. Now, there are people who are outliers. You know, the majority of us here that need more sodium. There are some people that need a lot, that dump sodium like there's no tomorrow, and they tend to need double the sodium that we need. And then there are others that tend to have much higher sodium retention. There's a theory on that. Premature children tend to have basically that problem, even though I'm a premature child, but I don't really have it. So I don't really know about that. I'm not sure. But it tends to be. Now, it may vary because obviously prematureness can actually create certain complications in some children. This is all speculation because we've never done tests, because you can't experiment on premature children. Obviously, you can't do a study. But there is some anecdotes that they seem to have more things like insulin resistance, more high blood pressure, and all these sort of things going forward in their life compared to other people. That's not, that everyone that's premature will have these conditions, but it seems, especially today, maybe it's the type of intervention. When back in the 1960s, the intervention that they did with me, they didn't have all the medical stuff to be able to put in and all that, and maybe they didn't affect my physiology too much because they had to just basically hope for the best that I would survive. Where today's kids are pumped with all sorts of chemicals and all sorts of things. Maybe they have a negative effect on the kidneys. I don't know. But it just seems that they tend to have some of these effects in terms of electrolyte homeostasis and stuff like that. So there are a whole lot of things. Again, speculation on my part, because we have zero studies. So, but there are those outliers in that U curve. So as far as I'm concerned, the majority of us, when we've got a lower insulin because of lower carbohydrate state, you should get a bit more sodium in the diet to maintain that sort of fluid balance, because you will keep the fluids in. You won't lose fluids and then dump all the other electrolytes. And so if you're just having the natural excretion rate of 120 milligrams per day, and you get enough, I usually get about 200 plus. So I suspect my body will excrete the excess, probably through the feces. So to avoid actually taking up more than is required. So people are spending far too much on expensive supplements or expensive urine and feces. Basically, that's all they're doing. Your body has learned how to manage these things for a very long time, as long as you basically give it what it needs. So a salted steak is perfect. Anyway, nothing like memes. Yes, Lukey's the man for them. Oh, it depends. Some people can, some people can't. I can't, but I'm a much shorter, smaller person compared to Sean Baker, who's a big, massive man, that can consume quite a bit. So there are differences in that regard. So there's not. Let me just dry throat. This early. I've got the heater on. That's probably why. It's a bit on the cooler side today. I don't know why. So, and that's probably drying out the environment. Anyway, at least I've got enough water there, so I can cover myself for that. Yeah, look, you eat to satiety, as I do. I don't force food down my. I eat. If I do more physical activity, I become more hungry. Simple. I mean, it's the old thing that the old doctors in the past. You know what they used to tell people? They used to say, if you want to increase your appetite, go out and do exercise, and it does do that. So the thing. All physical activity will increase appetite. Simple as fuck on that. It's a question of what you're putting down your throat, whether it's going to be engaging these different biological mechanisms that can be either positive or deleterious. If it's protein, if it's sugar, so it depends on what you're putting down your mouth from that. But generally speaking, it does increase your appetite. So, but if you're sitting around not doing much, I mean, when I'm sitting around not doing much, I don't really feel like eating a lot of. But when I'm more physical and all that, God, I can be ravenous. I can get to, well over 1 kilo of meat in one sitting, so very comfortably. But it depends, like everything. Cheeky. Anyway, how would you decalcify blood vessels and improve calcium absorption in bones for elderly? Well, remember what I said, the 3 things that actually improve that sort of side in terms of preventing bone loss and muscle loss. Remember that study that I talk about, that clinical study? Protein, salt, and phosphorus. And what is phosphorus? Foods that are high in meat. Exactly, salted meat is the best for that purpose. Now, if you've got the problem of calcification, MK4. It has to be MK4 in high doses. I used to say that it should be in lower doses and done over a long period of time because I was concerned. But if you're on a non-inflammatory diet, high doses are fine because you want to clear the stuff out, and you want to clear out both. All soft tissue calcification is only reduced by MK4. No other menaquinone can actually do the job. The human form that all the other menaquinones get converted to is MK4. So menaquinone 4 is the bee's knees, and you need to combine it with retinol and vitamin D, because vitamin D and retinol basically are very important with all the production of the enzymes like osteocalcin and all the other enzymes related to these areas, and also and regulating the enzymes which are also involved in collagen turnover and synthesis, the matrix metalloproteinases, so MMPs for short. So definitely the fat soluble vitamins play a big role. And that is basically, when I say K2, I mean MK4. So when I use the word MK4, I'm talking about vitamin K2, the animal form, not the other forms, but the animal form. So in all animals, it's MK4. You look at the only dairy product that only has MK4 is brie and camembert. So it's because of the bacterial strain. But all the other bacterial strains produce the other menaquinones. So basically, bacteria can use some of the other menaquinones, don't get me wrong, and a large part of them also can convert some of those menaquinones, and so can the liver. But fundamentally, it's really, that's the bee's knees is really MK4. So yes, you can find that on as well. The Advanced Orthomolecular Research, or the AOR brand, has a high dose formulation. You can find that on iHerb, and you can find that also on Amazon. Yes, there'll be more stuff. Also, don't forget taurine, very important for fibrotic tissue, clearing out fibrotic tissue. That also helps. It's a combination. I just haven't done the actual decalcification protocol yet. So I should do it at some point. boron. I've talked about boron before, in sort of normalizing the hormones, but you have to start at 12 milligrams for 1 week, 9 for the second week, 6 the third week, and 3 the fourth week, and only stay on 3 after that for up to 3 months, maybe 6 months, and see how things are normalizing. What other tests to determine inflammation than the CRP? I don't really know them. The best thing is just to check some of the actual companies out there that test and provide different panels and stuff like that. I may do something in the future talking about the different biomarkers of inflammation. There's different things. I mean, even just there's even things like for senescent cells. What is it called? Oxylipid. There's a biomarker for that as well. There's just so many damn biomarkers. I just can't remember them off the top of my head. So that will tell you about senescent cells, and there's a whole lot of other biomarkers. So because senescence, an increase in senescence also is this. What's the other one? Homodoxal 15, what is it? 15 something. PGJ2 is another marker. Which has to do with senescent cells because it's actually produced, and that can be. There's a lot of different markers that can actually tell you how aged your body is and how inflamed your body is, and a lot of different things like that. So I just can't remember all of them off the top of my head, to be honest. I'll probably have to do a video at some stage, that I'll go through all these markers, not only the general, like the CRP that everybody talks about, but some of the other stuff, because they're all related, and it gives you a better view of what's happening in your body. Because you could have just a bit of inflammation and then it can go down, and you can correct that. So if you've only got these ones, you can say, okay, I just need to clean up these things in my diet. They'll go away. Done. But if you've got other markers that you're not aware of that are actually increasing cytokines and other things, so CRP may come down, but these other senescent type things may still be basically damaging more cells. So through other mechanisms, and these things tend to be inside the cell rather than outside the cell. So they're not going to be visible on a blood test in the same way. So you'll only actually get some of these, like in like the body will excrete these in the urine. So you'll actually see them in the urine. So it's a bit more complicated. Some of the testing, it's not all blood; it's sometimes urine as well. I need to put something together at some stage. Yeah. Oh yes, nothing like a crackpot party. Contraceptive pill and its effects on women's health. There's a lot of negatives. Let's put it that way. Without becoming very controversial about it, there's a lot of negatives in terms of hormonal health for women, and there's a number of other effects in terms of sort of long-term health for women. Now, there's a lot of associational stuff with cancer. There's a lot of associational stuff with a whole lot of other things, but it's associational. So we've got to be very careful of that. Is it basically the pill, or is it other things? But it definitely has negative effects. But unfortunately, a lot of it's associational in nature in that regard. But it's quite clear that women that don't take the pill have less of these effects. So it's definitely doing something. But not enough research to basically pin it down mechanistically, or how much it contributes to these different issues that women have. So yeah, it's something that I'll look into, but I haven't looked into detail. You know me, Fapnada, I'm a details person. Just because somebody says that this causes this or that causes that, I usually go, well, let me test that. So I'll go a bit deeper and see, does it really, or is it some other factor potentially? I'll always search to try and find the confounding variable. There's something that actually shows the opposite or different, and go, so it's not that there is no mechanism here. But if I can't find a mechanism after I've searched and searched and searched, then basically I'm convinced there must be, because then the statistical or the correlative strength becomes very powerful, because you've found nothing to basically show the opposite, which means that, you know, you look at people that take and you look at people that don't take, and that actually happens. That's a strong correlation statistically. So it's a strong inference, as someone would say, in terms of science. So yeah, look, I haven't really looked into in a deep way, and so that's why I don't like to make a comment, because I usually find out when I do actually go down all these rabbit holes, I usually find that how wrong I was, or how wrong the majority of us were on a lot of things. So I'm not going to give you a definitive answer today, but it's something that I will put on my list of things to do and look into. So your partner is post-menopause, or is it, I don't know how old you are, or is it your mum? Sorry, what am I saying? Your getting mixed up with the previous question. So your partner's on the contraception pill? Is this why this question's coming up? Anyway, really fucked that up, didn't I? The way I could have made that into a bit of a comical thing. Anyway, g'day, Shell. Good to see you. Let me know what tests for thalassemia I can ask my doctor to do in order to help with a meaningful N of 1 data. I'll put something down. I'll put something down in that regard. It has to do with, actually, it's a blood test, and they have to see basically the structure. There's a couple of things, I just can't remember them all off the top of my head now, so I'll have to, go back and take a look, and then I'll post them when I get a chance. Probably tomorrow. Okay, yeah. Do you have any information about nutrient guidelines for acute monoid leukemia? Not sure if glucose has negative effects on the cancer itself, since the effects the blood rather than a tumor. Do check out my video. It is applicable, it is applicable to these things, but I haven't done something in particular on leukemia. I'm doing a bit of extra research on leukemia. I did stop it about a month ago, but I will look back into it, because obviously blood-borne, cancers. I mean, there is a lot of overlap with that video. So if you apply some of the stuff that's on that video, that will help you. But there are a few other things there as well. It's I'm just trying to get my head around some of the mechanisms. So I'm not convinced with some of the studies and some of the things that they're implying. So, as I said, I look from a multi-pronged approach, a lot of different things, and look at the contradictions between one study, what it says, another study. That takes time to do all that detailed research, and then look and say, well, if that's saying this mechanism works, or that's saying that, well, that's contradictory. It can't be both cases, because these work in a different way or whatever. And so that's how I sort of tease out little bits of why this can't be valid and why this probably is more valid because there are other supporting elements to it. So it takes time to do that. That is, a lot of analysis of a lot of data to try and make sense of what's really happening, to tease things out. So it's not an easy thing. If it was easy, they would have come up with a solution a long time ago. Now, obviously, I do have a higher IQ than some of these people, so I can apply a bit more analytical capacity in that regard. But still, it takes time. And I do have a full-time job. But at some point, I will look into greater detail and see what I can come up with. No promises. Yeah, that was the one that I couldn't remember or pronounce it properly. more likely pronounce it properly. Pronunciation was never my strong suit, unfortunately. Mine's more analytical, more things like, numbers, calculating things, measuring things and stuff like that, where when it comes to word dexterity, I'm not too bad, but I did read, after all, philosophy at the age of 15 as a youngster, so yes, that was just to basically, prove that I wasn't dumb as some of those other kids in that other neighborhood of mine thought I was, because I was a bit of a jock at the time, playing soccer and all that. So I needed to basically make myself more intelligent, which I did on a rapid pace. So I surprised myself anyway. But as I said, it's my pronunciation has never been my strongest suit. I still get a lot of flack from my sisters that my Greek is old-fashioned and it's not as good as the Athenians. That was my reply anyway. Not as cultured. Oh, well, who gives a shit? Anyway, let's move on. Yes, I am doing better, and I did mention that earlier. Yes. Look, those sort of muscles down there, usually, I think mine are, I'm not sure whether piriformis muscles are my main issue. I think that my tail, the way it actually is slightly, may make me more sensitive to basically pinch it, the nerve as it's coming through those muscles. So I'm not sure. It's hard to say with these things. Most people with sciatica are either going to get it at the base down here of their spine, which will affect these muscles. And it's, the funny thing is, there have been shitloads of studies that have actually shown that these piriformis muscles can be very different in their structure between different people, and there is no relationship to sciatica. So they can't actually find that a specific type of the way the muscles are actually is related to sciatica, because it varies so much between people. So I don't think the nerve going through these muscles is actually causing the problem. I think basically it's just sensitized in that area, one of those areas. So basically, if you've got basically like a lot of disc problems in your back, then you may get it in your back, like further up in the middle of your back, where you may get the sciatic effect. When you get at the lower part, it can be a lot of things. It can be a strain of those muscles. It can be the tail, which is what I think may be an effect of me, where it actually, because it's got a slight curvature, can pinch on it much easier. So it may be that factor, something that I can't change without surgery to either remove the tail or reposition it or whatever, or, scrape part of it off, get the doctor to scrape part of it off. I'm not going to go into that. Surgery does have a risk. So it's hard to say. And I was getting it through those muscles, definitely. But again, as I said, it's And that's where the majority of people get it. As I said, unless you've got like a back problem, like your actual spine is a spine problem, that's a different type of sciatica. But all these low-based ones through these muscle groups tend to be, I think, just because the way we move or whatever, straining it because our posture has more to do with our posture. Sitting too long, all this sort of stuff has a negative effect. It weakens the glute muscles, and they seem to have an effect on this muscle group in interacting the way it interacts. So, yeah, so I need to basically, relieve the tension on the side muscles and exercise more the glute muscles than what I do. So I need to get my act together on that front, so to minimize that risk in the future. And it's something that I know because I did it for a while and then I dropped off doing it out of laziness again. So I need to motivate myself to stop dropping off the wagon and getting back to doing those glute exercises because I sit too long doing an office job. Do you use any home air filter? No, don't. I just leave the windows open. I always win the, even in winter, I leave the windows open. I vent the whole place. As long as you vent, there are some plants that actually can clear and improve the air quality and also increase oxygen. I've got actually some of the material. I'll see if I get a chance. I may do it next week. I may do a little short video on plants that help improving air quality. But keep your windows open. If you're in an apartment, maybe that's not a practical thing. I don't know what you do then in that regard. Maybe these things do help, but at the same time, they do tend to basically circulate certain pathogens and stuff like that. So I'm always, avoiding those sort of things. None of us do, Shell. None of us. Basically, if there's no optimal diet, a nutrient devoid diet like the vegan diet can be just as acceptable. That's what, there's no optimal diet. You can do whatever you like. Who's stopping you? I don't know, mate. I absolutely don't know and don't really care. I've got no time to waste on people and their stupidities. So what motivates people, why they do certain things or whatever, I just think basically some of the people that when you associate with crackpots, some of their crackpot ideas will rub off on you. See, me and Bart don't associate with crackpots, so it doesn't rub off on us. I'm not going to associate with repeat people or vegans or any people like that. Why should I? Why would I waste my time with people with just stupid ideas? All I have to do is just look at the archaeological evidence. When I look at the N15, N14 data, if I can't be convinced on that basis, what the fuck do I expect to convince me? That is basically a slam dunk. It's the reason why I moved away from the paleo community years ago, for that reason, because I'd looked into the N15 data from Leipzig, Germany, so I'd already looked at that sort of stuff. That's why I started talking about this stuff when I first met Bart, because I'd looked into this research, so I was convinced that basically we were meant to be hypercarnivores for all our existence, that the last 10,000 years was an aberration, was something that was basically completely unnatural, that circumstances of an environment radically changed and forced us down that path. It was a completely unnatural state. And in particular, now the way we live, God, it's completely unnatural. Just look out your door. Walk out your door and look at the people walking past. You know, you don't need to be convinced any other way. You look at the Maasai, you look at the Inuit, you look at the Hadza, you know, go open your door and look at the rest of the society around you. They're all carb eaters and stuff like that. You just look and you're horrified. What more is there required to convince? You know, seeing is believing, definitely. When you walk around America or Australia or whatever, and you're seeing people eat a whole lot of carbs and all that, and carrying shitloads of blubber, you know, what more is required to convince you? You know, so this is the craziness. And a person like Salad Boy that goes to Africa and sees how these people are living, eating tribal foods, primarily meat, hunting meat, or eating like the Maasai dairy and meat, and then comes back and says there's no optimal diet when everybody outside his door looks like, you know, very unhealthy. You know, what sort of cognitive dissonance do you have to basically come up with this sort of stupid sort of view is beyond me. You've got to be a real fucking cockwomble, you know, absolutely. Why is, just give me a sec, guys. Something's happened to, oh, come on. Okay. Just went out of whack. I tell you, they'll be eating plenty of cattle, plenty of beef, while the rest of us are eating kibble. Oh, let me correct myself, my American friends. They won't be touching my fucking meat down here in Tassie. The Tassie devil will have them for breakfast. Oh, well, more meat for Bart. Yes, he can say whatever he likes. The reality is, he's got no control, and there is an independent judiciary that would never allow that to happen. You can't. There is protection for corporations and organizations to basically freely sell stuff. You can't basically limit or control the supply of certain types of foods just because, you know, or deny people that right. So unlikely, as I said, to happen. Nice one, Shell. He can stick that bone up his ass. Probably needs it for stability. Mary said, has experience with neurological disorders. Yep, yeah, she does. Yeah, she's really good with all that sort of stuff. She deals with a lot of both adults and kids with neurological disorders and with health-related issues of that sort. That's why usually with people have psychological ailments and stuff like that, I usually do recommend I do recommend Mary for that sort of stuff because she's really good. Anyway, Lukey's got another one for me. Ah, yes, the Carnivore Super Harry. Nice one, Lukey. It would be great if they tried to bring in these kind of laws, because when the dialogue will happen, yes, exactly, then it'll give an opportunity for people. Yeah, you're right. Actually, in a sense, if they try and make an attempt like that, it's going to actually shoot them in the foot, because people will basically argue against why, show us the evidence. And then it could unravel all the epidemiological shit will be shown for what it is and what it was based on, all these assumptions. So it could basically be a boomerang. It could basically shoot them in the foot. You're right. That could happen. But there's always risks, especially with the woke population that we have, which is the biggest problem. I mean, stuff that I've talked about, we are moving to a population that is easier to be managed. Just turn that off because it's actually starting to bother me. The Lukey thing. It's just basically in my face. Anyway, it's usually, we live in a society. I'm going to actually, I will do something on totalitarianism and the current era of fear and stuff like that, and some of the. I'll do a separate video on that. I won't discuss it now. I'll do a separate video really going into some of the philosophical and some of that thinking. It's something that we need to get our heads around so we can actually detect this sort of stuff and then respond appropriately to this sort of stuff, how to do it and how the mechanics, so to speak. So, yeah, I'll definitely do something in regards to that. I think it would be helpful for the carnivore community. Yes. I think there could be a big backlash eventually, sort of, because people will say, well, oh, okay, let's just simple. This is a simple. If you're let me just teach you a few things about debating. I used to be a very good debater as a youngster in student politics. That's why people hated me, because I used to pull them apart. Probably enjoyed it a bit too much. I was an atheist then as well. So, but basically, now as an Orthodox Christian, I don't derive pleasure from doing that, but I probably did as a youngster. But anyway, that's another time. But I did learn a few neat tricks. You got to, the way you actually handle a debate is when people say, oh, these things are causing, we need to basically lower this and all that sort of stuff and all that. Very easy. The environmental one, you can say very easily, there were more cattle on planet Earth in the mid-1970s than there are today. Our cattle stock in the US and worldwide have gone down, have declined. And remember the chat that I did with Bart years ago? It's one of the earlier chats that I did. There's actual evidence on that stuff. So go to the playlist or the chat with Bart, and you'll actually find the video where I actually go through about the methane stuff and all that. And I actually show the methane stuff being bullshit, and also the cattle, the actual amounts of cattle, how they've gone down and declined. So you basically just say that, we had lower global warming in the 70s, We were going to global cooling and everybody thought that we were heading for another ice age, and we had more cattle then than we have today. Immediately you've shown the contradiction. So your argument that cattle are causing it is invalid because they're part of the methane and carbon cycle. So they can't be the problem because they weren't then. How can they be today in lower numbers? And even when you argue that we've destroyed more of the ruminants on the planet, so the numbers would even be lower. So how can any ruminant be a problem? So that's another way of basically just fucking hammer them like mad. That's one point. The other point is you can say, well, in the 1970s, people were consuming 50% from animal products. Now they're consuming 30%. Where we were healthier then and sicker now. So this is the sort of polemic, because remember, most people out there are ill-informed. They are nutritional dummies. They got no idea, but they can get this. They'll get these simple arguments. They're not that dumb, They will get these simple arguments. There's Lukey. G'day, Lukey. They will get the simple arguments that basically, when it comes to this sort of stuff, and it's how it really works, So you can knock these arguments with just simple stuff like that. You don't have to complicate it, because they need to prove. And if they go, oh well, it's they start start playing with their words, you got to say, well, you have to provide evidence for this, not just basically propaganda that some of your vegan and vegetarian researchers that have permeated academia and coming up with bullshit and fallacious arguments that most people in academia reject outright. Most of these studies, one of them was actually even forced by peer reviewers to be withdrawn, and it got withdrawn. So you can argue and you say, you guys are still using information from a withdrawn study that was actually rejected because it was so poorly done and conducted. It was just sheer propaganda, and just sheer logic would dictate, if the numbers have gone down from then to today, why are people, we just lost him, why are people basically not basically, why is there an issue when it wasn't an issue in the 70s when the numbers are lower, or the composition of the diet was different? Why are we sicker now with lower consumption of meat compared to the 70s? That's how you hammer it. You don't sit arguing epidemiology, nonsense, and other crap and stuff like that, because you get nowhere. And the majority of people, you're going to lose the majority of people out there because they're just nutritional dummies. So you basically have to hammer them on this simple logic, and they're going to go, he's right. We're eating more plants now, we're more sicker. We're eating, there's less cows now, and the environment's actually worse. So how can that be a problem? These people are making up shit. The average person will start getting it. We have to show the inconsistencies in their argument, how stupid the arguments are. We don't have to basically explain the arguments. In debating, you just have to show how stupid your opponent is. You don't have to basically explain. I would not, in a debate, do what I'm doing now with you guys. You guys are on my side, so I can actually explain things and nuance things and go into some depth so you can get a deeper understanding of things. With a dummy, I wouldn't be using this sort of conversation, because one, the amount of time that they could basically have their mind switched on would be very minimal. They'd switch off completely. They wouldn't listen. So you need to give them bite-sized arguments why those arguments that are being put forward by crackpots are illogical. Simple. You don't have to complicate things when they say basically, chimps eat. No, they don't. In the wild, they consume up to a ton of meat a year in the wild. And the other thing, the paleo people say, oh, meat made us. No, because they want to promote tubers. You say, no, it was fat. Chimps eat more meat than we do. It was the fat that actually made us human, because chimps have got very low storage. like 0.005%, which is fuck all of nothing. The males, females have got a bit more, but even then, very low in comparison. They need it for their children, the extra energy. But that's how you frame an argument. You don't play their game. You just show the inconsistent illogicality of what they're putting forward. I don't try and explain why they're wrong. I just demonstrate why they're wrong. There's a different approach when you're debating. You pull their argument apart by showing how stupid it is, or wrong, or fallacious, how it can't stand to reason. That's how you win arguments. If you try and explain things, you've lost the people listening, because they can't handle too much information or too much volume. They switch off. But simple points like that, that's what wins arguments. And that's the points you guys need to be using. That's what I want to do with these bloody the myths and falsehoods of veganism videos. I just haven't, so you guys can use these good polemics against the vegetarian and misanthropists out there. I just need to fucking find some time to basically put them together. But yeah, that's the goal, so to speak. To basically, it's basically Harry's approach to taking a sledgehammer to these fuckers. I can be quite nuanced and very, detailed with you guys, but with those sort of people, I'm just a brute, an absolute fucking brute. Take no fucking prisoners. I basically have put my foot on their throat, and rather than I actually press even harder to try and actually, decapitate them with my foot. That's how far I go. These misanthropists, I do not give them leniency because they're evil, and I basically go for them, for the jugular. There's no basically holding back by me. You can bet your bottom dollar, but a very nice way. Yes, my dear, in a very nice condescending way. I do become quite condescending, as my friend, my brother Sean says sometimes, but I do have that style, especially when people are dummies. And I do that deliberately so I can actually make other people around realize how stupid those people are in their arguments, and why they don't want to be related to them or have anything to do with their arguments. So yeah, I'm quite ruthless, in the way I deal with these sort of people. Maybe some people don't like that, but I don't give a shit personally. So that's me. Depends how fat they are, mate. Depends how fat. If this person is a very fat person, and they may need more. When it comes to the liposomal, I'm not really sure about the fatness side of things. I know with standard supplements that will go through the normal, being absorbed through chylomicrons and going through, and basically, because the chylomicrons do go to the fat cells, where I believe these liposomals go through the portal vein, so it's slightly different. And but I'm, the problem is nobody's really. Let me put it this way: there's not even one study showing exactly the mechanisms of liposomals in terms of there are studies knowing that it gets into the bloodstream, but exactly what the adipose absorption of liposomals is, we have no idea. There is zero studies on that. So what is the correct dosage for liposomals? I have not, Sarah, I'm trying to remember now, if you check my channel, let me just remind me of her. So basically, the Busy Superhuman. So the Busy Superhuman website channel. I'll just put that on there. Ah.
Or a folded
So
up towel,
this Sarah,
and then an elastic band like so.
Busy Superhuman. So she basically has a lot of, she deals with a guy in the UK that deals with liposomals, that does liposomal preparations. And so she's really got some detailed inside knowledge on liposomals. So if you want to go and ask her now, I know her last video was 4 weeks ago. You can always basically on this one here, fix this for better motivation. She's doing a lot of, stress reduction and psychology stuff and stuff like that. So go and actually put a comment there and actually ask her exactly on liposomals and whether adipose tissue, what the absorption rate is between regular tissue and adipose tissue. So if it's the same as a regular vitamin D and the person is slightly fatter, then you need higher doses. So it would all depend on how fat they are. And then also testing. You'd have to go and actually do, a 20 or 25 OHD test to find out what the status is of the elderly person as well. So yeah. So basically, that is your best approach on that. So that's not an easy one to answer. And as I said, regular stuff I can answer. On liposomals, it's something that I never thanks. Look, you brought it up. I have never really looked into liposomals and adipose absorption of liposomals. So I don't know. There you go. So can't know everything. So now it's intrigued me. I may even go and ask her because now I'm intrigued. I want to know. Like a kid in a candy store that wants to know everything or get out all the candy. I'm bad. I need to grow out of that behavior. I probably will. Never. At 55 now this year, I don't think that's going to happen.
Probably not.
Give up on that thought. Not enough. I don't know enough about it. So probably something that I'll look into and find out a bit more. But it's a bit like the oxylipid, oxylipid, which is another biomarker as well. There's a lot of. I've been meaning to look into some of these biomarkers to see which are useful and which aren't, and how useful they are. And even the stuff with the senescent stuff that I said earlier, the oxalipid, I'm not actually sure because there is some evidence that it can vary between. There may be something that also comes out of normal cells and differences in cancer cells, and it's a bit confusing. Obviously, it has some bearing, but I don't know exactly what the number should be exactly as well. People have opinions, but it's based on associational data, but it's not based on proper clinical mechanistic data at this stage. So it's like a lot of things. You've got to have to look into them and actually find out what's the data that it's based on, that they're making these conclusions. So it's not easy with that sort of stuff. And especially, like there's not enough research. The last one that I did, on thalassemia and all that, there's just so much. It's all associational. Oh, this relates, this has. But the only reason I brought up the taurine issue is because it has that osmotic effect on fluids, and it seems to be, and also we know that in other tissue, it also has a sort of stabilizing on the cell membranes of normal cells, just the other cells, muscle cells or whatever. And also prevents remodeling. So maybe this can actually bring back to normal sort of structure, even red blood cells, or minimize their alteration. So that's where it may be working from there. We don't know. We don't know the mechanism because we haven't proven mechanism, but it may be, if it's doing this to other tissue, it may be doing this to red blood cells, because at the end of the day, they are still a whole group of cells arranged in a structure with lipids and proteins, no different than anything else. They work slightly differently, and they only oxidize glucose rather than fatty acids. So that's the difference. But generally speaking, structurally, they have a lot of similarities with other tissues. So, logically thinking, this must be the mechanism, but I don't have proof for it. And same thing with these other biomarkers. It's, I will look into this stuff, but it does take a long time. You have to literally read shitloads and shitloads of studies in order to try and, because the whole purpose in science, let me just explain one thing important about science. The whole purpose in science is to prove yourself wrong, because only then can you move forward. When you know you're wrong, then you know that pathway is closed to you. So you've got 3 pathways in front of you. You close one off, you go down the other. You close that one off, you go down the other. Then you're on the right path. And then that path will branch out again. And then you have to do the same thing, proving yourself wrong in order to find the right path. That's how science works. As somebody would say, it's science moves at one death at a time. It's basically, disproving somebody's theory in order to basically bring about, and recently, with string theory, with the gluons and a whole lot of other things, where some of the theoretical foundations on the standard model are starting to fall apart in physics, what we're seeing is new thinking, new ideas. Some people, there's one person that's actually come up with a new hypothesis about dark energy and dark matter potentially emanating from black holes, and potentially more black holes. There could be, because, black holes that are radiating energy are much easier to see, but there may be others that are radiating at a much lower level that we, with the current technology, can't see. And as a consequence, there could be far more of those, because we know that the universe creates more black holes as it moves forward in numbers. So they could be the negative energy and the negative matter that's streaming out of them, potentially. So there are new thoughts and new things, and the gluon sort of experiments actually is elucidating some insights into that. So, as I said, you basically vaporize one idea and prove it wrong, and then move on and realize, maybe there's, so that's how science works. And I do a similar approach. So when I look at research, I'm trying to find I start with a hypothesis, taurine does this or this does that or whatever, and then try to find a study that actually shows the opposite. And when I can't find anything out there, then I don't say that it's empirically truth, because that's wrong. But all I can say is, because we don't have mechanistic data yet to be able to say, generally, this is replicatable every single circumstance, that's empirical. I can't do that. But all I can say is that the inference of association is so strong, and there is no other that actually negates that inference at this stage of our knowledge. It's the most likelihood that it is this than anything else, that it's having some effect. We don't know exactly mechanistically how, but it's the most likelihood. And that's how we basically can move forward with some approaches to things. So I know I went into some of the esoteric parts of science and the way it works. Lukey understands this sort of stuff that I'm talking about. Some of you guys may not. That's okay. It doesn't matter. It just basically means that, you know, it means we're going down a lot of different rabbit holes, guys, trying to find things that contradict what we believe. And when we do find that, then we can say, well, what we believed is wrong in some respect, or completely, or in some aspect. If we don't find something, then we're more confident to say, it's likely to be operating this way. So with greater confidence, we can say there's a strong correlative inference here that's exactly the mechanism, and it sort of fulfills the Bradford Hill criteria much better in terms of dose response, in terms of strong statistical association and stuff like that, in terms of inference. And that's what we're sort of working towards in a sense. It's Sunday morning and beautiful day. Oh, yes, it is. And a national holiday. And my next door neighbour has been using loud power tools for hours. My nerves are shot. Yes. Fucking annoying when people do that. And on a national holiday, what's wrong with them? Just go out there with a beer and say, you should be having a beer. Stop doing that sort of nonsense. No, fucking hell. Go and check my magnesium. Stop asking me about magnesium and potassium. Go and check my videos on magnesium and potassium, and stop bloody asking me about magnesium and potassium. I will not answer. I will not basically give a magnesium and potassium answer in the future. I've done the videos. I explain it. You can get it in the nutrition. The only time you may need to supplement is when you fast, do prolonged fasts. No other reason to supplement magnesium or potassium. You know, if you're getting it in the diet, if you're not, why the fuck aren't you? What are you doing wrong? What crap are you eating? Processed crap that you're not getting it in the diet. You know? Anyway, let's move on. Yes, it's a good idea to basically take it together with food because they are fat-soluble vitamins. So, yep. I used to do basically a high-quality carnivore oil from Rosetta and used to combine that with the sun or a vitamin D supplement of 5,000 IUs and plus MK4, the high doses. When it comes to the sort of the balance is more between A and D is more the balance. K, you can take as much as you like, guzzle it down. The cells will absorb it like mad. It won't even stay in the peripheral. All cells, peripherals will take it up. The brain will take it up. The brain loves MK4. You know, you give the brain more MK4, it will take it. You know, the bones will take it. You know, every single cell in your body will take it. Will take heaps of it. The more you give it, the more it will take. It's crazy when it comes to MK4. It doesn't circulate in your blood. It doesn't remain very long. It's uptaken so quickly, so rapidly. So I would not really worry. So, yeah. And we're talking about here that you're actually dealing with a lot of calcification. And obviously the MK, this type of, has a different chelating characteristic to be able to grab onto calcium and pull it out of soft tissue. And so if you're involved in that sort of biohacking, it's going to require more material. It's like anything. If you want to do a job, let's say you want to move a lot of bricks around, you've got to actually have more, wheelbarrows to move the bricks around. If you don't have a lot of bricks around, you only need one wheelbarrow. So if you're on a species-appropriate diet from birth, like the Maasai, like the Hadza, and all these populations, you probably don't need as much MK4 because you don't have so much soft tissue calcification. But if you're doing inappropriate diets for the last decade, like I was and many others, and you've got a lot of calcification in soft tissue, how quick do you want to get it out? But remember, the quicker you get it out, the more species-appropriate and non-inflammatory environment you must create. Because when you're pulling it out, remember, calcium stabilizes plaque. So you need to be in a low inflammatory. So you need to be on a low inflammatory diet if you're going to basically be taking high doses of MK4 to remove that calcification, because you want to be also fasting as well, doing intermittent fasting and time restricted feeding to allow the autophagy effect of clearing out, as you take the calcium away, take out all the actual other gunk out of the blood vessels as well. So you need to combine it. It's part of the protocol that I'm going to do in the future, which I haven't done anyway. But you need to combine that, the vitamins, the fasting, the time restricted feeding, and good nutrition, and sort of the cycling of fasting and high nutrition of good quality stuff. Anyway, I clicked on that. Is it back to normal? Yep. Just fucked it up. And I lost. Yeah. Oh, what's happened? Hold on. Friggin' hell. Stop doing that. Okay. Is saturated fat anti-inflammatory? You could say it's the only lipid that can't, the only fatty acid type that can't be oxidized, like polyunsaturated fats. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't call lipids inflammatory or pro-inflammatory in a sense. In that regard, it depends on the environment they find themselves in. So lipids are not inflammatory or anti-inflammatory. It depends on, like prostaglandins from arachidonic acid. Now, you're only going to produce them if you've got inflammation around. If you don't have any inflammation, you'll just have high arachidonic acid in your bloodstream and in your cells, but you will have very low prostaglandins. So you will not have, because it's not the actual arachidonic acid that's actually causing it. It's other things that you're doing to inflame yourself. And then the body responds by producing prostaglandins to deal with the inflammation. So, let's not be reductionist, and let's not get it. We need to see it in a relationship or interaction with the body. So, no, they're not. And anybody that says that is a crackpot. And even polyunsaturated fats that come from animals are not either. Let me make that clear. That's a crackpot idea, reductionism as well. If people say, arachidonic acid does not cause prostaglandin increase in prostaglandin. That is controlled by genes. So when you inflame your body, your genetics will basically upregulate the enzymatic pathways that will convert, do the conversion to produce prostaglandins. So you have to inflame yourself first before that enzymatic conversion transcription from your genes happens. So that's why I argue against reductionism for that basis, because it's garbage, simply garbage, reductionist nonsense that doesn't take into account this relationship and interaction. Yes, it can actually affect because it also can actually increase the amount of MMPs in your bloodstream. So, and reduce the ability for fat soluble vitamins to regulate MMPs out of the liver, because that's where they're produced. So you can actually have then more collagen breakdown and dysregulation in collagen. So that's another problematic thing. I always forget about that when I'm talking about fatty liver, about that collagen part, but you just sort of brought it to my attention with the retinol, talking about retinol. That's another issue in the many issues. And also a problematic liver can also have an effect on the conversion of, vitamin D into 25-OHD as well. So it's not only the retinol side, it's also the vitamin D side of can be affected by fatty liver. So there's a lot of things that can be affected, pathways in the body. coenzyme Q10, all these sort of things get affected. When you've got a fatty liver, you really have got a deranged liver that's not functioning properly, and failing to do a lot of things. It's not basically detoxing properly with cytochrome P450. It's a lot of things that are impaired and affected, not just one thing. But obviously, fatty liver. What do we use to export fat from the liver, Lukey? My favorite supplement starts with a C.
Wait, with a C?
C.
What the hell? I guess my brain doesn't work.
It's in eggs and liver, remember?
Oh, choline.
Exactly. We need choline to export fat out of the liver. And the other thing, to reduce fibrotic tissue, what do we need as well to reduce fibrotic tissue? Starts with a T. Exactly. My two favorite supplements. So if you're not getting enough taurine by eating, see, when you eat meat, animal foods, you get choline to export fat, taurine to basically protect the liver, and a whole lot of other important, methionine and stuff like that, sulfur amino acids that also help cytochrome P450. So an animal-based diet is fan-bloody-tastic for good liver function. That is why people, when they eat just steak, their liver normalizes very rapidly. So, if you got fatty liver, what's your source of fructose coming in? I would say, is it alcohol? More than likely. I know people. The majority of the carnivore community who have got fatty liver, it's always fucking alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what do we need to cheat on a carnivore diet with a bit of alcohol now and then? Obviously, choline, taurine, and the B vitamins. Excess amounts of B vitamins before ingesting the alcohol and after. Should I be telling this to these people, these corrupted individuals, these fucking alcoholics?
Don't enable then, Harry.
I shouldn't be enabling it, should I? It's like basically letting out even Mary didn't let the cat out of the bag, and I did with the lectins, and the lactoferrin. Now I know some of these lectin-loving carnivores will be out there supplementing with lactoferrin so they can have their fucking carb treats. Anyway, that was information for your families who are basically carb eaters, not for you guys. That was for their benefit, to try and help your family members. I mean, if I had a family member that actually ate shit, and I couldn't basically get them off the shit, I'd basically supplement them choline, taurine, B vitamins. That's what I would basically do. And, and the fat soluble vitamins, I would try and encourage them to get those from food, because it's a really problematic thing not trying to get them from food, stuff like that. So, but that's the sort of stuff that I would be looking in. Do you eat? It varies, mate. I sometimes have 4 eggs. I sometimes have 6 eggs. I've been known to have 12 eggs a day, and other days I'll have 0. So I'm all over the place when it comes to eggs. But on average, I probably have about 3 to 4 eggs a day on average. But I vary it. Like I'll have a day where I'll have eggs and dairy, and that would be it. So I'll have basically 12 eggs and have more dairy that day with the eggs. And the next day I'll have more meat, and I may have only 2 eggs. So, and I'll just basically fry them and throw them on top of the steaks and have them, lightly fried, and then have them on top of the steaks like that, which is really nice, cutting into the steak, and, all the actual yolk just basically permeates the steak. So, yeah.
Very
so
nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's making me hungry.
Yeah, but I've noticed something. I started doing carnivore, the more carnivore days, not fully yet though, but I've noticed that some days I'll just have dairy, eggs, and maybe a sardine or something, and don't feel like some days I just don't want to have steaks.
Yeah, I'm like that. It depends on the person. I think when you're having, and I'm trying to now stick a bit more to that because it's like the Messiah. If I'm having dairy, more dairy, not have meat. I think there's always that Randall cycle risk there, and also the other nice thing about eggs are the very high utilization. So the body will utilize close to nearly 150% of the egg in terms of protein. And because it has the composition to do that, there is very little left over for gluconeogenesis. So there is less glucose that will be generated from that egg as well. So the utilization will be very high in terms of protein muscle synthesis. And it's the reason why bodybuilders used to use whey to spike, have that short-term insulin spike when leucine in the first 90 minutes after exercise was basically, the body would basically utilize leucine much more in that small period. And so they used to use that effect by that combination, and it worked. And then later meal would be basically just steaks. So that's and sort of cheeses and stuff like that, where it's more casein based for that slow type of sort of uptake or absorption in a sense. And that's why they used to use that method. It's not surprising. They knew what they were doing. They were much smarter than the current crop of people. And it's the other reason why a lot of these people utilize. You guys remember I said about a lot of the supplemental proteins, their utilization, I've been saying this for ages, is only about 17%. It's half that of a steak. It's, the bioavailability, let alone the utilization, is even lower. It's just shit in that regard. It's basically because the amino acids are not in the natural way composition in that regard. So there are very few supplements that have got really a good profile for good utilization. And I'm not going to waste my time searching for them anyway. I suspect there may be one or two out there, but you'd have a lot of effort to try and find. The easiest way, let me put it this way, anything that's going to be as close to eggs in profile or as close to meat as in profile is going to basically have a better utilization than other protein supplements in that regard. So if it's got the amino acid profile is very similar, because there are aminos that you require a certain amount of certain aminos and certain amount of other aminos to basically provide that utilization. And that's why eggs have got such a good utilization for that specific reason, because they are in the ratios that work much better, and it can be utilized for muscle protein synthesis far more for structural purposes. And it's the other thing. I mean, sometimes some of these supplements, a lot of people will supplement high levels of alanine. Well, alanine is one of the most gluconeogenic amino acids. So if you're supplementing on that, you are actually creating a whole lot of glucose. It's simple as that. You're creating shitloads of glucose. And some of the supplements do have that sort of stuff in. And it's probably the reason why a lot of these people that consume far less food, real food, and more of these supplements tend to have this sort of, big muscular guys with big bellies, the modern day bodybuilder as we know them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So, and I suspect that is the reason for that in that regard. I'll tell you, the first intervention for the preemie kids is to put right on glucose drip. Yeah, I know. It's horrific. It's horrific. They didn't do that in the past, but they do it now. It's horrific. So, and then they wonder why they have so many health problems. It's absolutely horrific, shocking. You know, child should be basically. And the other thing is, as I've discussed this before, when it comes to basically lactose, milk sugar is absorbed very slowly, because you have to take, when you're looking at lactose, you're looking at basically glucose, and then you're looking at basically, to get down to glucose 6-phosphate is fine, but if you're going through the galactose, you've got to go down 4 different stages, enzymatic stages, so that slows down quite a bit, and that gets converted to glucose as well. So it's glucose. It's not like fructose, like other sugars. People say, oh, it's, there's sugar in milk. No, it's not. It's glucose. Even galactose turns to glucose, does not turn to fructose. In sugar, honey, that sort of stuff, that other stuff gets converted, like alcohol, into fat in the liver. Okay? The pathways are well elucidated, how that works, the biochemistry. Nobody's disputing that. Everybody's disputing a whole lot of other arguments, which is based on reductionist nonsense and polemic. It's not based on, on research, so to speak. But yeah, look, it's fucking horrific. Rather than actually giving them milk like they used to in the past, that's what they used to give them. Premature kids were given milk. They were given milk, and sometimes they even basically, it was not even, it was raw milk, or it was basically milk from raw milk again from other pregnant women as well. So it was actually milk, whether it was mammalian milk of one sort or another, that these premature kids were given in the past, when, in the 50s, 60s and 70s and all that, when I was premature, 6 months premature, that's what they were giving kids. But today, it's this sort of garbage, no wonder they are so sickly for the rest of their life. Fucking horrific. Well, primarily it is A and D. MK4 or K2 have like secondary roles in the MMPs. It's primarily all the actual are basically primarily, there are studies out there that actually show, there's actually one study that actually talks about, if you Google on and go to PubMed and just look up matrix metalloproteinases, there is a study that is a comprehensive thing, and they have like a list, and they will actually show all the different matrix metalloproteinases and all the different collagen types, and which vitamins and which MMPs affect those. I can't remember what the study's called. It was all where I've fucking got it on my computer, but there is one that actually shows all those related. But the majority, the 2 main ones, are vitamin A and retinol. So retinol and vitamin D, and that's why I always talk about those 2 as being the main ones, where MK4 plays a secondary role in some of these enzymatic pathways. But it does relate to it, but it's playing a role at the enzymatic level rather than directly having the major controlling role over them. So the direct regulating role is retinol and vitamin D. Secondary roles are played by the other fat-soluble vitamins to different degrees through other enzymatic pathways. So, but still have an important role in that area as well. Plus also one vitamin, which is niacin, that also has an influence, in particular in the skin. And that also is interacting with these fat-soluble vitamins and MMPs in the skin as well. So, as I said, there are minor players. You know, and other nutrients. Not only the, you know, there's even lower and more minor roles being played by other minerals as well. You know, magnesium, zinc, all these sort of things are playing a bit of a role there as well, because they're all cofactors to all these enzymes. So they're playing an indirect role by supporting these enzymes that are basically involved in it by being cofactors. You know, so that's how to view that sort of stuff. The majority of vitamins and minerals are cofactors for most of these enzymatic systems and all that, but some have direct regulatory effect. And when it comes to collagen, it's primarily you know, for these proteins, it's primarily vitamin A and vitamin D, you know, where others are having an effect on some of the other enzymatic pathways and some conversion pathways and stuff like that, like vitamin C does, in a sense, you know, with proline and lysine, you know, sort of conversion and stuff like that, and a few other things. So, but there it plays as a cofactor. It's not basically playing a regulatory role. It's a cofactor to that enzymatic pathway. As long as you're furnishing the body with sufficient material, in terms of amino acids, then it can play that cofactor role. And you don't need a lot, you know, especially in a glucose poor environment where there's no much competition. You can very easily get through the receptors, very easily attach itself. It's not being affected by high glucose. So
For sure.
You know, so, and most of the actual RDIs are basically set for a glucose diet, the modern diet, where everything depletes magnesium, potassium, vitamin C. Everything is depleted or very difficult to get to where it should get because of either insulin resistance it's caused, or basically because it just taxes the system far more. We know magnesium gets more at the mitochondrial level. When you're burning fat, you need less magnesium. When you're burning sugar, you need more magnesium.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I say you excrete 120 milligrams per day, and, you know, and basically because the kidneys will recycle part of that as well back in, and you only need to cover that excretion rate, people are going to say, well, isn't it the mitochondrial level? Aren't we sort of, you know, using a bit more? Not really. If you're on a fat diet, only if you're on a carbohydrate diet, you'll be using more. Most people that are depleted in magnesium are people on a carbohydrate diet, not on a low carb diet, you know, because we get more than enough. And if you look at that video that I did, you'll actually see that in many cases I was getting up to 300 milligrams just from food.
Sure.
Some days. Mostly it was about 200 something, 250 or whatever, but sometimes even over 300 or whatever. So it's not difficult to get even beyond the excretion rate. So what happens is, in those metalloproteins that are at the gut wall that are actually taking in all the minerals, the different minerals. So when those minerals come through, the body senses and says, okay, we've got this amount in the tissue, this amount in storage. Most magnesium is not even required in the cells. It's required more in general cells like muscle cells. It's required mostly in the bone. That's where the majority of magnesium is stored anyway. So the reality is you've got shitloads of magnesium in your bones as stored magnesium. The reality is you don't need as much. This whole notion that everybody, you know, all of a sudden we get to the 21st century and everybody's magnesium depleted. You know, how crazy is that? No, what you're doing is you're on a kibble diet and you're burning through more magnesium than what you would have in the past, which is one thing. And the second thing is you're not getting enough sodium because every fucking person fears sodium, and you're not on a low insulin state. You're losing too much of your electrolytes because you're not getting enough sodium in to hold on to the fluids. And so you're dehydrating yourself, and you're basically losing your other minerals, you know, at a higher rate than you would from the normal excretion, because you fear salt when you've got low insulin, because insulin through aldosterone and many other pathways is basically what is keeping your friggin' sodium and water in there in the system. So if you lower insulin, you basically dump more sodium. So you need more sodium to basically keep that whole system, because otherwise it taxes the kidneys as well. Kidneys are basically using about 75% of their ATP to recycle sodium and uric acid. So so when you give your body, you're actually giving your kidneys a relief. The kidneys are saying, thank you, I can dump this. You're giving me sodium. I don't have to do as much work. I don't have to work as hard. I don't have to do as much cell division. I don't have to age as fast. The kidneys are going, fuck, this is a great environment I'm in. This guy's giving me salt. I'm not aging as fast. I'm more youthful. I'm youthful kidneys. I can put myself out there and really, I'm young and yeah. Anyway, now I'm getting a bit sexual about kidneys.
Oh God, yeah, but I actually
I have to make a bit of comedy when it comes to this sort of stuff, because there's people are getting so wound up. Yeah, that's the one, John.
Yeah, but I remember a while back when I joined the channel and I was asking about like magnesium supplementation and stuff, and someone told me that, because all the soil is depleted and stuff, and we should all be supplementing magnesium. But I'm like, nah, listen. I used to think that as well, but now I comprehend it.
I usually ask them, are you a kibble eater? Yeah, obviously the kibble is magnesium depleted. That's true. And you're probably going to be burning through more magnesium on a kibble diet. So yeah, the repeat people are the same thing. Oh, you need more magnesium. Yeah, because you're on a kibble diet. We know. Fuck off. Go and spread your nonsense elsewhere.
It's funny, like those people that are obsessed about, I eat carbs for energy. They don't know how much nutrient deficiencies they may be causing to themselves.
Exactly. Precisely. They do not know. They don't realize what harm they're doing to themselves. It's the reason why people are saying, I'm supplementing magnesium and I've still got muscle cramps. Like they mega dosing. They mega dose to such levels where they start having diarrhea. And they don't get it, that it's not the magnesium that they need the sodium.
Yeah.
And when they take the sodium, they don't have any cramps anymore. I went down the same stupid pathway with magnesium supplementing, and I couldn't get rid of cramps, and I was pissed off. And then when I started doing some looking into old research, and realized I'm going, fuck this, and I upped my sodium quite a bit. All my cramps went away. And when I have a steak, I put plenty of sodium on. And you know what? I've never had cramps since.
This is actually funny. Even before I started eating more carnivorously, there would be these days, especially if I was stressed or something like that, I would wake up to like the beginning of a cramp in my my calves. Yep. And that used to like happen on and off, and I wasn't really sure what was going on. And then I was like, wait a second, let me try having a bit more salt. I couldn't have too much because I was still eating a lot of carbs and stuff. Yep. But I just tried optimizing a bit, and sure enough, it actually solved the issue.
It always is. It's always the salt. It always has been. I mean, the reality is, before supplementations, nobody supplemented magnesium or potassium. The only thing you could actually get access to in the environment, in nature, was salt. That was it. So why the fuck would basically our bodies all of a sudden in the 21st century require more magnesium and potassium? Yes. That's basically one of those questions where you answer your own question, sort of. Yes. But yes, that's. Have you encountered the perspective that anemia typically isn't too low iron, rather broken iron metabolism? Yes, I have. If you're not getting basically other nutrients that are very important in iron metabolism, yep, that can definitely happen in that regard. That's why I say when you have a species appropriate diet, you're eating animal foods, you're not only getting iron, you're getting a whole lot of other nutrients that are basically guaranteeing that system works properly. It's only people that get anemia that have got, because remember I did that about some of the amino acids like taurine and all that are also involved in iron metabolism and stuff like that, where what was that video? Can't remember the damn name of my own fucking videos. That's pretty poor, isn't it?
It took me a while to figure out that you were talking about choline, so we are on the same page, I guess.
Yeah. So, trying to remember which was that video. Yeah, that was.
It's kind of recent, I think. If it's actually the one I'm thinking about.
I'm trying to remember which. It is quite recent. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, which one was it?
Wait, Harry, is it the one about taurine improving iron status?
Yeah. But what is it? What is it called?
Can taurine improve iron deficiency anemia status of vegans? I think that's it. I have the link.
Okay. I'm going through and I can't actually see it. I'm blind.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're looking at your own stuff, you go, it's just all blurred.
Precise, yeah. You're just like, which one is it?
Oh, whatever. Yeah. You put in the private one. Okay. Yeah. Fuck hell.
Yeah, but speaking of this,
and again, because it has that regulatory effect on basically the There's a cheeky. I'm being cheeky.
Yeah.
So that was the one there. Yeah, that's right. Yep. So yeah, as I said, it's not only iron, but there are other whole lot, and that's the thing with sulfur amino acids. They play a big role. And taurine is one of those critical ones that also regulates like the fluid dynamics and the minerals, the way they actually move through between intra and extracellular. So they have this that's why they can actually lower blood pressure. Taurine has that effect by properly regulating those minerals. It's when those minerals are out of whack that can actually affect your blood pressure as well. So yes. It's part of that, and that's the big thing about taurine. Very important as you get older that you eat your meat. So yeah, so basically, yes, I have encountered these sort of things, but it's basically because you've got basically you're not eating species appropriate. Simple as that. There's people to say, people come up with spurious arguments out there. Always ask them, Dylan, one question. Where's your mechanistic evidence for that? You're claiming this. Show me the mechanism, how this happens. All they'll be able to tell you is they'll show you some SAD dieter, associational studies of SAD dieters. That's what they will show you. The repeat people do the same thing as the veg-tards. They will go away and look at these sad dieters and say, oh, look at this, all this. Oh, you need to supplement. So for millions of years, we supplemented. No, we just fucking ate meat and didn't have a problem with our iron sort of metabolism. Simple as that, because we got all the nutrients we needed for the body to work properly. Simple as that. So this sort of reductionist bullshit that the repeat and the veg-tarded and everybody else uses to basically push their narratives. That's all it is. To justify why you need sugar, why you need this, why you need that, and all that through reductionism. But ultimately, when you eliminate all that crap and eat species appropriate, magically all these problems go away, don't they? Isn't that funny, boys and girls?
But
so bloody funny.
You need sugar for your thyroid.
And most people that basically consume shitloads of sugar, one, have shitloads of bad thyroid issues, as you know yourself.
Yes.
So, yeah. What crackpots. Or that other guy, Georgie Blinkoff, or Blink Off, as I say, plays with himself. So, Robbie's friend, Russian friend, yeah, that guy, and basically he's losing his hair. He's, I've got genetics that work against me. I've got genetics that cause grayness. I've got genetics to basically lose my hair and become bald and all that, like a lot of my relatives. And still, that's not the case, is it? So I would say, yeah, I must be doing something right with a carnivore diet. It's not causing me to lose my hair at all, is it? Fucking crackpots. Yeah, and so that is the way we have to argue against these people. Now, obviously, people like Bart and all that, it's multi-generational. Their genetics, once some things are epigenetic, and then they can become genetically, entrenched in a person, and then you need 3 generations to basically reverse that condition.
Yes.
So once it becomes entrenched, so I'm just lucky that we in our family become bald with age. We don't become bald from very young. So it means that basically if you eat appropriately, you can silence those genes and prevent that actually being expressed, the gene expression. So that's what I think is happening to me while I'm not losing my hair. And I was getting bald patches and all that, and even in front here and a whole lot of other areas, I was getting those sort of things when I was basically on a kibble, eating more junk shit and all that. And when I got on a species appropriate diet, my hair thickened, got better because it got more sulfur, more keratin, more, better collagen to basically, to build better and stronger nails and hair and all this sort of stuff. MSM probably helped as well. It seems to be one of those sulfurs that really helps in making your hair better as well. If I have a lot of MSM, my hair becomes really thick and strong and really hard to even when I get my hair cut, they usually, my barber or my hair, in the past, the hairdresser, Vin, she used to say, bloody hell, your hair's really thick. It's really hard to cut through. So, and that's when I do more like sulfur. And this is what is meat. It's very high in sulfur amino acids like methionine, taurine. And it's the reason why, another factor why a carnivore diet will improve the hair quality and the nails and stuff like that, and the skin and all that. Same reason. It furnishes the material the body needs. So, and as a consequence, you can silence some of these genes because you're not putting a whole lot of inflammatory crap in. Very important in that regard. So that's the sort of things. I think Bart's recommended the HOMO-IR test as being better than the CRP. That's the insulin resistance. It's a good test in that regard. C-reactive protein is more about inflammatory marker, which is slightly different. It's a different thing, Chai Lee. Both have validity in that regard. But generally speaking, if he recommended HOMO-IR against CRP, I would say he's doing that because you can have slightly lower CRP, but still have some level of insulin resistance. And so, so maybe that's the reason. I don't know. I'm not here to basically talk, explain, or I don't even know whether he did actually recommend this exact thing. You'd have to basically prove it to me that he actually said those words in that exact way, in that context. So that's why I always don't comment on people's sayings, because unless I actually hear it via my own ears, I don't know exactly. Everybody, remember what I said, that humans basically fill in the gaps. We don't see the world through our eyes, but through our mind. Our own biases determine the way we see things. I may see basically somebody out there striking someone, and an old man, and somebody who's a young person will say, oh, probably that old man said something nasty to that young person. That's what they'll think with their own biases. An older middle-aged person will say, how nasty is that young person, the way he's disrespectfully treating. So our own biases will view the same reality in a very different way. And that's why I'm saying, I'm just using that as an example. Our minds can color the way, and sometimes our perceptions are not equal. What we hear, the words, utterances from other people are not always clear. So we may hear them saying one thing when they're saying something else slightly. So our perception, all that can differ slightly. And we know that from experiments. So when we've actually said, what did you hear? What did you see? And people say a completely different thing. Yes. So I can only comment on things that I've heard. Oh, good for you. Oh, so you've got actually, you're on it. Good. Yep. Get those Synalytics in there and knock off some of that old shit. I would say in your case, since the cancer, I would do the 5 days of 500 every single day of the Synalytics, the Fisetin, 5 days, and then nothing until the next month, and then again the next month after that, and all that. And I'd do it for at least 6 to a year months. So in terms of the Synalytics, so I would be doing high doses, 500 per day every day for 5 days, then nothing, then again the next month, at the beginning of the next month, and then again at the beginning of the next month. Why? Because we want this really clearing out, and then we want a number of days where the body can recycle some of these proteins and build healthier tissue and displace damaged tissue. So that's the Synalytic side of things. Anyway, the animal fats, do you consume regularly? Fats from meats, whatever meats that I consume. What are the majority of meats that I consume? Okay. Probably 50% of my meats are coming from pork. And it can vary. Sometimes it can be a bit lower than that. Sometimes I can have a week where I'm eating more steaks. But generally speaking, I do love pork over steak, over beef. So I'll have that. The steaks, when it comes to the red meats, it'll be basically either lamb or beef. It'll vary from day to day how I feel. Sometimes I just like getting a whole rack of of lamb cutlets and just cooking those up in the grill and just eating them from the bone, so I love that. And so it will vary. Other sources of fat would be the dairy fat, obviously, and they vary. Cream, a bit of cream here and there. Butter, ghee sometimes. I don't really bother with tallow, or if I'm going to buy anything, I usually buy lard rather than tallow nowadays. I used to buy tallow for a while, but I gave up on it. So I buy more lard. And sometimes I also buy duck fat for certain types of cooking when I do soups and stuff like that. It's really nice and tasty. Making bone broth soups with duck fat and then adding some beaten eggs in it, bring it to the same temperature and combining it. Really nice. So I will make my own broths of that sort, which are egg broths, and with a bit of duck fat, which gives it a really beautiful flavour. So yeah, the duck fat is French. It's basically ducks that are really raised well, pastured, all this sort of stuff. It's a bit more expensive, pricey, but I just use a small amount each time for each one of my bone broth type soups, so I don't go overboard. But I like the flavour. It's about it. The rest of it's, from fats from eggs and the meat and the fat on the meat itself. I usually try and buy cuts of meat that have got larger bits of fat in them, in that regard, which is not always easy. With pork, it's very easy to get large bits of fat pieces on them. But I have noticed down this, I basically get them from the IGA stores, which is basically they've got pastured pork and stuff like that, so it's much easier. But I have noticed, I was actually going through the supermarket the week before, and I was actually noticing, because I was actually looking for like pork belly, and I looked at the pork steaks and all that, and you know what recently they've been doing? They've been trimming off the fat. How the fuck, what a bunch of arseholes. That's the best part of the actual, and they've been trimming them off. Retards,
Oh God, this is a world of clowns indeed.
Bloody hell, yeah. And here's me trying to get like big pork belly with massive amounts of fat, the fattiest that to really enjoy and cook it, and it's all crackly and all that. I can sit there, eat the whole bloody lot in one session.
Oh yes, this is as when answering a question on detoxing phthalates from plastics and stuff.
Okay, yep.
Someone sent me this a while back. I still haven't read through it, but yeah, if you are worried about detoxing phthalates,
cytochrome P450. Make sure that it's working well.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen this study. I've seen other studies. Yeah, things like infrared saunas, exercise. Exercise is the cheapest one, obviously. Because as long as you're sweating,
yes,
you can push those out. But at the same time, you still need to have good detoxification capacity, which is cytochrome P450. The ability to basically break it down and eliminate it. That's what your liver's there to detox. Kidneys and liver do the majority of detoxing in your body. But I haven't actually seen this one. Yeah.
One of the friends at Bart's server linked that.
What is it? Can you give us just a synopsis of what it actually says? Because I haven't read it. So
I still need to read it completely, but it's about they are evaluating the different mechanisms by which your body can detox the phthalates and grading their importance and stuff like that.
Okay, so so I suspect the liver would be at the top.
Yeah, but it's there's actually a surprising role of sweating and stuff.
Yeah, sweating helps. Yeah, sweating does help with a lot of things.
Yeah.
You were saying? Go on.
The person that sent it to me was talking specifically about sweating because it's often underestimated.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I've talked about in the past about how saunas and how exercise and just general, being out in the sun and sweating can actually help clear your pores and clear basically excrete a lot of this sort of stuff out of the body, which is a good thing.
Mhm.
But yeah, it all helps in that regard.
Yeah, but like phthalates and stuff, I've cut back on so many types of plastic and stuff just because of that. They are terrible endocrine disruptors and stuff like that. And it pains me to see my homemate here. He drinks like, he's drinking like stuff from plastic bottles every day, like, and it's not even refrigerated stuff. It's like everything. I'm like, why do you do this to yourself?
The other one, which was up here, I think I've actually shown. I'll do a thing on ice cream recipe, carnivore ice cream. I'll actually I'll do a short little video, probably 5 minutes. It doesn't take much. Give a link to the site and all that sort of stuff. So you guys have got it. For Greek Easter, Dad was around and he said, "What are you gonna?" He said, "Can you make some ice cream?" So I'm basically going to make the carnivore ice cream for us. Because he said, it'd be nice to have something after our meal like ice cream, but all these ice creams have got so much sugar. And I said, "Look, Dad, you want me to make?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "I'll make one." So I'm going to make our carny ice cream. And what I'll do is I'll do a little video and provide the recipe and stuff like that so people can see what it is and how to do it. So it's not that difficult. It's quite easy, to say the least.
Yeah. As highly wanted information, though.
Well, everybody wants something. You got to look, the occasional treat. It's not a problem, So, well, the GAPS diet is a bit like AG is a bit like the, like any other elimination diet. It's taking out things that basically create a lot of bloating in the stomach. So it has its role. Specific type plants that actually tend to create more bloating and discomfort, and that's what it's taking out. So they're not in that regard, like FOD maps as they're called. But species appropriate diet, just eating meat, will eliminate all those problems altogether. and even the plants that are basically are part of the diet, the FOB, the sort of the GAPS diet, even some of the plants that are basically there, when you look at their nutritional profile, it's rubbish. It's nothing. It's very poor. So why bother? Why bother paying the extra money for nutrients that you need to convert in a number of different ways and others, and there are a few anti-nutrients in there anyway? Why pay the extra money and, just cut them out completely and, you don't have to worry about it. It's the ultimate elimination diet in a sense because it's species appropriate. It's basically giving the body just what it needs and another crap. Just stick to rhythm, methods, and condoms. Shell knows a lot about this sort of stuff. Fappy. Oh, I love the name. Fappy. Oh, how cute. How cute. Is Fappy still around? Yes. Very cute. Thanks for that advice, Shell. Yes, good. Do not take those with food. They are contraindicated when it comes to food because they cause deficiencies. I mean, in particular, when it comes to curcumin, which basically causes iron deficiency. It chelates iron. It's a big chelator of iron. So it's bad bad news. So you're doing it the right way. We just want to use, like our ancestors would have used plant compounds as medicine. This stuff, these things, these compounds are medicine. They are not food. As long as we're using it as medicine, we're fine. So Devox is doing the right thing. So, Harry, do you ever have blood tests? No, I don't bother. I used to. The last one that I did was quite some time ago. Some of them have been done in hospital, and that, well, the last time, what was it, 3 years ago or whatever? I don't bother. I know basically what. Do you see a Messiah or a Hadza running around doing blood tests all the time? And if so, what do you look at for the heart disease? Well, at the heart disease, basically, there are certain proteins in the blood, and all the tests that I've done recently in the last couple of years show none of that sort of stuff. And the fibrotic tissue has gone away as well. And I even had some like fibrotic glassing of my left lung, quite a bit, severe. And that left lung, it used to give me a lot of pain in the left lung. And my doctor was worried at the time, this is a couple of years back, that, it could potentially become cancerous. So they were quite worried in that regard. I mean, I've done a lot of damage to my body, eating a lot of kibble and a lot of seed oils and all that sort of stuff, so. But the last scan that was done in 2018 showed a reduction, quite a big reduction in the glassing effect in my lung, which was good. So, because I went to my doctor to get a prescription, he said, we never actually he said, did I actually ever discuss the conversation about your lung tests? And I go, no, I forgot all about it. And so he showed me and he said, look, your glassing is it's gone down, it's reduced quite a bit. He said, do you want another scan? I said, yep. So I've been put down to do another scan to see whether it's gone completely or it's reduced further, stuff like that. So basically, these things can take some time, but hopefully through this, with the taurine and stuff like that I've done, that's helped along the way as well. I don't think it's only the carnivore diet or low carb. I think the taurine levels have played a big role in clearing out the fibrotic tissue, so all fibrotic tissue. And I've got, I used to have fatty liver, had all these sort of things. So that's, and, I used to be a big consumer of alcohol. I mean, a really big consumer of alcohol. I used to binge drink and drink shitloads of alcohol. So basically I had, a lot of liver problems as well. So it didn't surprise me that I ended up with cardiovascular disease, with liver problems and all this. A lot of liver damage as well. So there was quite clearly at the time, but that's cleared up as well. So a lot of my organs are getting better. Each time I do tests, they're getting better. So I usually get my doctor to send me through and do them through the hospital primarily, which basically saves me money and basically, gets the result. I don't have to cough up money. So why should I cough up money? But from all the tests that I have done, everything's improved. And the last one that I did in 2019, which showed the blood perfusion through the heart, really good. And the none of the actual no more fibrosis in the heart. So no more scarring tissue in the heart. So that's gone as well. So, so things are on the mend. But
Yes,
until they are 100%, is it going to take another 5 years? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So, but blood tests tell you nothing. I used to do lipid tests, and sometimes my cholesterol would be like 5 millimoles. Sometimes it would be 3.5. The lowest was 3.2. And that was the one that I did a lot of, like eggs and stuff like that. High,
Yes.
they're the sort of trick. But generally, my cholesterol was between 3.7 to about 4.5, generally, in millimoles. I'm not basically somebody who basically is a hyper responder. So it's cholesterol is irrelevant in my case. So I'll just put that on screen for a sec. Okay. Millimoles. The conversion. So that was my lowest
Wow.
total cholesterol. That was when I did that's when I did the code.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my second lowest. And the other one was about, oh, for fuck's sake. That was what it was, 174 when I actually went in for my heart operation.
Wow.
That's what it was. And my doctor said, my cardiologist said, you're a 5% anomaly. Cholesterol is irrelevant. There is not one study that shows a proper association. And my highest cholesterol, that's been 205. That's my highest cholesterol. My cholesterol doesn't go very high.
Yes. my last test, I got like 220.
So I'm not a hyper responder. So some people are hyper responders. It doesn't matter what diet they're on. It's usually the ApoE gene. You know, they'll be a 4. They'll either be a 4-4, a 4-3, or a 4-2. They are all hyper responders. Everybody else varies.
My dad has been struggling for a long while. You know, that sort of thing where the doctor's like, oh, you gotta get your cholesterol down and shit like that. And he's like threatening to give him medication. I'm like, never take that medicine. I tell him, never.
Good.
And it's like my mom, she's the one that has the like most brainwashing when it comes to cholesterol. And she's like, but no, your dad's cholesterol doesn't change. And I'm like, you don't try to change it. Like the body has a lot of mechanisms to get it precisely where it wants to.
The body regulates it. As long as it's not oxidized, it's a non-issue. Now, on the other thing that you that AG is asking, which is about the lipoprotein size and the pattern type, whether pattern A or pattern B, I suspect back then my pattern was pattern B. You know, the more oxidized, more damaged, and now it's pattern A because I'm on a better diet. Simple as that. So you don't have to test for that sort of stuff. It's an expensive test. Why do it? If you're eating species appropriate, your pattern A should go up and your pattern B should go down. I mean, how many people have done this test that are low carb? They get the same result. So why bother? Why am I going to pay an expensive panel test when I know exactly what it's going to be because I'm eating appropriately? If I don't eat appropriately, I know what happens. Do I need a test for that? No. I just shouldn't eat the sugar because I know exactly what's going to happen. So, yeah. I mean, we went through an era through the low-carb community, the paleo community. Everything had to be fucking tested.
Yes,
and I was doing a lot of tests back then as well. But now we realize that we're all getting the same results. We test, we get that result. We test, we get that result. So why bother? Why bother wasting money? You know, it's like with the supplementations. You know, our ancestors didn't supplement magnesium or potassium. They just got in the food. So why are we wasting our money? You know, that's the problem. We're wasting too much money and resources on things that are irrelevant. If we eat species appropriate, we don't have to waste our money or test or anything like that. And as I said, like Sean Baker, if somebody basically wants to say, Harry, I want you to go and test something, I'll say, cough up the money and I'll go and do the test. As long as you pay me to do it, you know. So why should I fork out money out of my own pocket, hard-earned money, just to basically, and it doesn't convince anyone. We know the vegetards do that, because it's part of their polemic. And the best approach on that is to basically say, well, cough up the money or fuck off. Simple as that.
Yep.
Because we can cheat if we want to. See, there's a cholesterol code. I can basically do exactly what Dave Feldman tells me for 3 days, then go and do the test and actually have extremely low cholesterol. Who am I trying to impress? Anybody can cheat on these tests because you can do what Dave Feldman is. Anybody that knows that can actually apply their same stuff on any diet, specifically putting certain combinations and certain high calories and get these results. What you do is you do it on a low carb sort of profile, and the reason for that is because you don't only want lower cholesterol, you also want lower trigs to be able to say, look, what I'm doing is perfect. That's the whole thing. But the reality is anybody can do it. It's irrelevant. It's just basically people out there that have got nothing else to do, waste their time or waste people's time. One test does not tell you anything. It doesn't tell you how good my health is or your health is or anyone's. Absolutely nothing. It's over. You would have to basically test yourself multiple times. And even a lot of these things they're not even associated. They're poor associations. When you're looking at statistics, there's no linear line. The actual data points are all over the place. There's a scatter plot. When you get a scatter plot away from the actual line, the linear line, basically it means there is zero association, real association. It's crap. It's genetically driven based on the way our bodies respond to different nutrients. And that's going to be different because we all have slightly different varied genetics, so it's garbage. The whole purpose is what you need to look at things like inflammation markers, and even inflammation markers doesn't really tell you, because I'll tell you another thing. Some inflammation markers will be low and some will be high because it could be environmental. You could be exposed to mold. You could be exposed to things like heavy metals or all sorts of things. Again, that doesn't mean your diet is bad. It just means your environment is toxic in other ways. There are so many confounding variables. All we can do is clinical studies. That means you lock people in or look at tribal people that are eating specific ways over multiple generations, don't have any of these diseases of civilization or the N15 data. That's what we base it on. All the other stuff is just basically the smoke and mirrors, pretty much. And people just to waste people's times with nonsense.
You seem to have a guy that's on the stream comments that he's really wanting you to reach for vegan gains or a debate or something.
Oh, that cockwomble. Well, vegan gains a cockwomble. I've been in the past on Vegan Gains' actual site and actually challenged him. So like with Robbie, I went on there to challenge him, and I've done on Vegan Gains. Probably Vegan Gains has looked at my channel, has realised I'm no Frankie Tofano. I basically rip him an asshole or tell him to get fucked. I won't basically play his game, and he realises that. He wouldn't debate me. Don't be silly.
It's part of his tactics. He has to choose susceptible people and
exactly weak people. Weak. The word is weak. People that can actually be steamrolled over. See, I can't be steamrolled over. I do the steamrolling. Very different, So, because I'd be sitting there basically telling him he's a wanker. I'd tell him, you shit yourself. You're a bunch of, you call yourself a healthy person who shits himself and tells the whole world. You're fucking, I would. I'm in debates, you don't. It's not about. It's about winning, not about niceties. Let's put it that way. So this guy would realize very quickly, I'm not going to debate this guy because I'm not going to have a chance. He's just going to be talking all over me. Because basically, I'm not going to give him a chance at all. I'll just talk all over him. It'll be a non-debate. It'll just be a screaming match, and eventually he'll just turn off and disconnect. So, and I think he'd realise that he's not that stupid. What about early detection, preventive medicine, imaging advocated by? Nah, wouldn't waste my time. Too many testing, too much stuff. Look, if you're eating species appropriate, you're using Senolytics to clear stuff out or whatever, periodic, once every 5 years is probably a good thing to do a bit of a test for certain things, especially if you've got something. If you've actually got something, if you do a comprehensive test and you've got nothing, I wouldn't do anything for the next 10 years. If you're keep the diet clean. But if you've got something and you want to find out exactly how you're progressing, and especially if you don't have to pay for it, like I don't, so these tests will be done at the Royal Hobart Hospital, the scanning, and it's free. I don't have to pay for them and all that. So if I had to pay for them, I'd say, nah, I'm fine. I know I'm progressing well, so why bother? I feel better. I can run up the stairs. I know I don't have, before I was struggling to run upstairs at work because I had more damage in my lung. Now I have less damage in my lung. I can run upstairs. So something's improving for me to be able to have that extra lung capacity. It's like COVID basically can create glassing effect. So the reality is it's improved. So why bother if I had to pay for it? But since I don't have to pay for it, I'm intrigued to find out exactly where I'm at. So I don't have to cough up any money.
Yeah,
but that's a different thing. But this sort of human longevity, people out there just Anyway, I think they're always selling some sort of medical thing. Do they provide a 10% discount as well? I suspect they've got a deal with some imaging company providing a 10% discount. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, they
would. Yeah, pretty much. It's usually the case. The reality is humans did very little scanning in the past and just cleaned up their diet, cleaned up their lifestyle, and they were a hell of a lot better because of that. Anyway, side effects. Dubious. Okay. Everybody's talking about their little fappy.
It just gets better and better.
No little fappy. Is that Fappy's doing the oral sex or?
No comments.
What can one say? Oh, isn't it nice that they're having such an interesting conversation.
Oh God.
COVID has nothing to do with it. Spread your legs and do it. God almighty. I mean, back then there was the bubonic plague and all sorts of things happening and real diseases, and people were still having babies. God. Do you have a list of your 5G research? Perhaps even do a video on it. I know you talked about it with Bart. Yeah, I do have 5G, the one that I talked about, Bart. It's in the playlist, my chats with Bart. One of them, I can't remember which one it is, where I do the 5G one. I think it was in the live stream chats with Bart.
Yes.
Because that was the one that was also Hellman was on there.
Yes.
And he didn't say much because he had no evidence and nothing to say. And then after that, he basically slagged me off at a later stage because he couldn't slag me off into my face, which was quite annoying. And I tried to be very amicable since he wasn't having a go at me, and keeping it amicable, and basically also pointing out that the main problem is the blue light. That's what it is, the blue light frequency at night. It's not in the daytime, it's in the nighttime. It's that basically the blue light frequencies that are coming from, I mean, it's not only the intensity of the blue light is higher from EMF sources like a router, like a base station if you're close to it, like a 4G or 5G base station or whatever. But when it comes to basically even your wiring in your home, the electricity wiring that puts that passes electricity, even that emits photons in all these frequencies. So we are basically being bombarded by more and more blue light in the evening, which is affecting our melatonin, our sleep quality, and a whole lot of other things. That's where the problem lies with a lot of these things. So, and some people are more susceptible than others. There are differences due to genetics.
Yeah, I've heard several stories about people saying that they will trip the switches to the power in their rooms and they will sleep much better. And
exactly. Yeah, so it's all electromagnetic fields, non-native as they're called. That tend, because native ones tend to basically move between the different frequencies, because the sun and the way it actually goes through the atmosphere and changes to the near infrared, and changes the actual, because of the circular nature, the spherical nature of the planet, that can only happen in a spherical planet to create these frequencies. That's another reason why you knocked these people down over the head, because they're talking shit. Because if it was just above moving around, you would not get these frequency shifts in light spectrum. It's only when you've got a spherical and you're actually moving around, and it can change frequencies on the angle that it's hitting the atmosphere. Anyway, but getting back to what we were talking about before I get sidetracked with flat Earth and all this other crap. So pretty much, I will be doing something at some stage. I mean, obviously the heat shock proteins did not activate at all. So there is no oxidative stress from 5G. That's what that study that I covered. So no oxidative stress or any of the other sort of things that people talk about. The only issue is the issue with blue light frequency. So all electromagnetic fields, it doesn't matter whether it's 5G, 4G, 3G, whatever, from your light bulbs, the electricity in your building, router frequencies, it's the photonic energy of the blue spectrum that is the problem in the evenings. That's what you need to reduce or eliminate. And depending on your circumstances, how much you're susceptible to this sort of stuff, some people are less, some people are more. And if you're more, you're going to have difficulty sleeping. So, anyway. Don't know whether that's a good therapy or not. Much better now, mate. Much better now. It was pretty much a combination of both a bit of sciatica and also injury in the knee that I wasn't aware of, that the sciatica was masking. So it's a bit more complicated. Oh, God. Shell's trying to turn this channel into a porn hub for dear old Fappy. Oh, Zombie just said that her hubby is stuck in the US. Oh shit, that's unfortunate. I know the feeling. Mine's stuck overseas as well. I know the feeling exactly. Yes, I can relate. And I'm not going to tell you how much I play with myself. That's my business.
No need.
I'll spare you the information. Anyway, let's move on. I've got to channel through these things.
Yeah.
If you're on a species-appropriate diet, most things start to resolve on a lot of those fronts in that regard.
We've been talking to Thanks for a while now. He's got some mysterious problems he's trying to solve, and trying all sorts of things, I guess.
Drop me an email. Give me some background as well, because sometimes what they say is the devil is in the detail.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people can just say certain things, but they don't realize that certain little things can be that have, so give me a bit of a history of your diet, a history of your symptomatology, how it's changed over time and stuff like that. That can actually give me insights. Yeah, you're welcome. Basically, create chaos and you can control the masses. They instill fear in them with chaos, and then you can basically turn them all into little kids that want to, that have got a daddy's complex and want daddy to look after them, tell them what to do and how to behave and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I should actually do that video on how. I am going to do it at some stage. It's just. I'll try, if I get a chance next week or the week after, on totalitarianism or how people are manipulated into basically behaving and stuff like that. It'll probably be insightful for people that have probably never heard this stuff before. And then when they see it, they'll recognize it, what's being done to them, in a sense.
Yeah, and I have to say it's quite relevant now with all this lockdown stuff happening, and people are just accepting more and more restrictions, and I'm like,
the way you reinforce fear is basically, if you do it continuously, you have to. This is the technique. I'll give one thing away. When you actually do something repetitive and all that, what happens is the body becomes desensitized, and it doesn't work as well. You don't do it that way. What you do is you put the fear out there, and then you take the fear away. Then you put the fear back, and you take it away. And what it does is each time it reinforces that fear even stronger, and the paranoia, and also this less logical way of thinking, and the fear that you need somebody, a savior, to tell you what to do and protect you and all that.
Uh-huh.
That's how the manipulation works. Constant doesn't work. It's basically conditioning over time and making it worse, and each time escalating the fear.
Sure.
And that's what they do. If you take a look, that's what they do. They take it from here. Oh, we gotta, it's even worse. Oh, it's a new strain. Oh, this and that and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's a well-known tactic that past authoritarian people have used. It's like also how the bully works, with basically sometimes attacking the basically the victim and then leaving them alone, then attacking them, because if you do it multiple times, it desensitizes them and it doesn't work as well. But if you do it occasionally and they don't know when it's going to happen again, and then all of a sudden it happens out of the blue, that is devastating for that person.
Yeah.
You know, so they operate exactly like the bullies, you know, because they're usually psychopathic arseholes. Anyway, what kind of stainless steel or common ones at cookware? I basically stainless steel and things like that, or glass. My containers are glass based or ceramic.
Yes. Glass or something.
Yeah, I do have some ceramic ones, and I even cook in some ceramic ones. I've got a nice little thing that I can cook sometimes stuff in ceramic. So yeah, just as long as you've got gloves, you know, those sort of the heat gloves, you can take out the ceramic, put it up, and just let it cool down. So it's not difficult.
Oh yes, good pattern.
Is she another one that's actually moved? I haven't seen much of her lately.
No, not her, but when I was responding to Dylan, I'm starting to notice a pretty common pattern. It's that when someone is like outed from the carnivore community, or they, you know, have some sort of infighting or something, they will most surely be like, no, let me add in some repeat ideas, just so they can, you know, create more buzz, gain more followers and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That is right. Sarah, Bart's friend, actually, from the UK. Yeah, she's really good in that regard.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty good start. Yep, MK4, taurine, especially for older people. Taurine is a must because we biosynthesize. The vitamin E complex, if they're coming off a kibble diet or they consume a lot of rancid oils or stuff like that, or, you know, they need to get off that stuff. But if they've got some stored stuff like that, yes, the Jarrow one, which is the palm oil based one, which is the low dose one, that's the one. Yep. Those would all help your parents.
It's funny.
But the key thing is to get them off the seed oils, and
yes.
You know, that's the major one, and then try and actually reduce their intake of sugars, refined sugars in particular. Probably erythritol is an option. I don't promote alcohol sugars. Let me put it this way: I don't promote alcohol sugars. But when it comes to erythritol, it seems to basically the body usually gets rid of it. Like, you know, 90% of it gets excreted out, and a very small amount of it gets basically digested and converted to anything, which is very little. So it's probably the least problematic to use erythritol. Obviously, like all these alcohol things, they do have a negative effect on the gut microbiome. They do have a negative effect on digestion and stuff like that. So, you know, but if some people are going to use a bit of this sort of stuff, you have to work with people that have, you know. Exactly. Yes. That's what I've been saying for a number of years, that string theory is bollocks. And now it's been proven to be bollocks and being pulled apart. And thank the fuck for that. Because now I don't have to go back to all those bloody arguments. I still fucking get some arguments with some people in the physics community on some of these issues, plus on thorium. God almighty. I mean, I had this on thorium and power, just going to I started I put a comment, and I've had shitloads of comments come below, and each time, like, one guy said, well, you know, he actually made all these arguments to criticize me, and then I go, why don't you look at this study that actually just basically kicks your argument to 6. He didn't comment, and then a whole lot of other people made similar comments later on. I'm going, you know, didn't anyone read that other comment of mine? The third comment in the row, you know? For fuck's sake, look at that study, you cockwombles. You're actually repeating each other's stupid comments.
I'll have to ask you about that later because I'm interested in the taurine reactors and stuff. Yeah, Zombie has really smart sons.
Yes, yes. Yes, taurine is a very good beta amyloid cleanser. On the thing with the what'd she say?
Increase the sugar. It's because there's a clip of you, I think, from like a few months ago where you were saying you just increased the sugar. You said it by accident, you know.
Oh, did I?
And everyone,
Okay.
yeah, everyone keeps repeating it now. Everyone's like, you just increased the sugar.
Oh, well, actually, as I said, we all can make dumb pronouncements now and then without thinking. You know, our mind's on something else and we go, look, you can do high doses for a couple of days. Yep. There's no problems. You have to do for months before you actually have any issues with calcification. So for a couple of days, within a week, yeah, you can do that to basically get the levels up very high. So there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you can't get them out in the sun to roast. And if they've got a lot of kibble and seed oils in their skin, you definitely don't want them out roasting. So yes, supplementation is the only way. I always take with vitamin, not D, vitamin A, and with K2. Yep. We pointed that out a bit earlier. You can either buy a supplement of cod liver oil, or you can basically get them to consume a bit of cream or butter, extra butter, cream, and eggs to get that additional retinol, or liver is even a better source, a bit of liver every day. If they like it, that's the cheapest option actually. Liver is the cheapest for vitamin A.
Yeah.
Why expend a lot of money? Yep, I think we've covered that to ad nauseum in this thing. Yeah. That was that other study we looked about. Debate with vegan gains. Nah, Jordan, I wouldn't waste my time. I tried that line and basically got nowhere. So, I've tried with a couple of people. Nobody wants to debate me. So Robbie doesn't want to debate me. Vegan gains back then when I tried, he basically ignored me, and quite a few other people. So don't bother. But if they send me an email, and want to debate, I'll debate them. But I'm not going to go hunting for people like that, for losers. But if they want to be punished, I can provide them the punishment. All they need to do is just email me and tell me what day they would like to be punished.
I don't know. Maybe we'll get a few of the folks on Bart's server to look for potential debates for you, Harry.
Find victims for Harry. How nice.
Precisely.
How nice.
I would pay as well. Kate just got a picture with Dr. Paul Mason.
You'd be paying. I'd pay to see that.
I would.
I'd do it for free. That I do everything for free anyway, guys. So yeah, I did, and a waste of time. So even if you take a look now, I'll give you an example. When it comes to this sort of stuff, when Bart actually debated a couple of people in the past, they would debate him because that's not his best suit. He's not a strong debater. But when he basically, I'm not saying that I had any influence, but I will say when he took on Arvi and he went for the jugular, he didn't hold back. He really went in polemically and aggressively. He basically won the debate. And after that, nobody wanted to debate him of the vegetarded. What does that tell you? They are looking for easy victims. When you're strong and you can actually go after them, they avoid you like the plague because they don't. Remember, these guys, I mean, I've got nothing to lose. I mean, I've got about 766 odd, subscribers. I've got nothing to lose. I'll just gain more. For me, it's a benefit. Even if I don't do a knockout punch, I would gain more. But for him, on the other hand, he's got a lot to lose because I would make him look so ridiculous as a cockwomble that basically I would deliberately go out of my way to humiliate him because that's the way I debate. In a debate, I'm not interested in basically discussing the issues. Fuck that. I mean, none of the fucking cockwombles even understand what we're saying. Why bother? I just want to basically ridicule them, make them look like idiots and morons. Simple things. Like I said earlier, remember the stuff that I said earlier about, less animals now and, colder then, warmer now, that he's irrelevant and all that. That's the sort of stuff you'd throw in there to make them look like idiots. And if they actually said, oh, I've got another study, I said, are you a fucking idiot, moron? The temperature was then lower and now it's higher. Don't you get it? What is wrong with you? Do you need a brain transplant or something? So the thing is, it would not be a happy affair for these sort of people. And the problem is with Richard now, his brain doesn't even work fast enough because he's been on kibble for so long. He'd be struggling even more than in the past. Yes. And so he'd be too scared. He'd be too gutless. I mean, he always basically goes, "Oh, I'm going to debate. I'm going to get into the ring and fight with someone," and never, when the people basically challenge him, like Isaac Butterfield in Australia, a comedian, said, "I'll come over and I'll fucking punch your brains out." You know what? Not to be heard of. Tells you fucking everything.
I bet those injuries that he keeps having, they would. They would get worse.
If somebody punched him really hard, he'd probably fall to pieces. He'd crack something.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I bet. I think you found the videos.
Yeah, I'm just basically putting them on screen.
I don't know if the audio.
Oh, okay. So it's the same one, is it? The two links are the same one.
Yeah, it's just one is lightly edited or something, but it's basically the same thing. And one is like slowed down for a dramatic effect or something like that.
It's a sugar. That's not what I do. You just increase the sugar. That's not what I do. Oh, that was the one, and the other ones.
Yeah, it's like. The other one is just like edited and stuff. Yeah, but this was courtesy of Phoenix Compilations.
Oh, this is the other one, the first one, or the second one. Anyway, we'll...
Just increase the sugar. Just increase the sugar.
Nice one.
Thanks, Phoenix.
Oh, look, if you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? It's simple as that.
Precisely.
Exactly. That's how I felt. Pay for sperm count. Test how see if it can do it. Are women actually lining up and offering their bodies to me? Is that what you're saying, mate? Fuck, that's a new revelation.
Yes. Yeah, precisely.
Actually, remember the Dietary? The Dietary that actually increases sperm numbers and sperm quantity? Remember the Dietary stuff that I have been consuming for a long time? Do I need to demonstrate? Oh no, I'm not saying. I'm not going to humiliate myself. But if you want to basically improve that side of things for your man, get him on Dietary. Without going into too much details. Yeah, I'm still here. It's nearly 4 hours.
Oh.
God, I need to pull the plug.
It's actually over 1 a.m. for me. I just realized.
You need to get your circadian, get in sync with the circadian side of things.
Yeah, probably. I'm just waiting for all the university stuff to be solved, and what I'll do is I'll stop using
Can I say one thing? HD, in debating, you don't need a high IQ. The majority of people won't even understand convoluted or complex ideas. You guys are a bit more up to date on a lot of things. You've learnt a lot, and you're also a bit of inquisitive minds, where the majority of people out there are not. So with them, you don't basically talk over their heads because it's a waste of time. You basically talk at their level in the most condescending and most aggressive way, because humans respond to strong alpha males. They like to follow naturally alphas. So when they see strong response, aggressiveness and all that, you may not like it completely, but you respect it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's a completely different environment. That's why politicians always lie and attack the others continuously. They don't talk logic. They talk lies and attack and attack and attack. The only time you'll actually hear politicians say anything interesting is when they do a one-on-one interview with somebody who's interested in basically having just a conversation about issues. And they will sit down, and you'll be surprised, and you'll say, God, this actually person has a brain, actually can talk some non-serious stuff. But when they're actually politicians in parliament, or whether the politicians on the campaign trail, they're just basically belittling their opponent, making their opponent look weak, crappy or whatever, because people like the show, the entertainment. Unfortunately, in a non-direct democracy, when you're in a direct democracy, they don't give a shit. People have got their own opinions, and they're going to argue their opinions in an open forum. But when you've basically got where you're just the observer and the leader is a select of people, a small political aristocracy that you can vote for, well, then it's who can entertain you the best. The Caesars knew that. That's why they had the gladiatorial games, to entertain the crowds and give them some bread and kibble to basically make sure that they were in line and voted for them. So that's what, you don't need high IQ for debate. You basically need to come down to even go below their level into the dirt and be willing to throw mud, in a sense, because that's how unfortunate debates are actually won. It's not in an intellectual conversation or discussion. It's a brutal affair, and you're trying to basically make the other opponent look worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So when you debate vegetards, go for the juggler. Do not hold back. because you're not having a conversation with serious people. You're basically having a polemic. That's how it should look. If you learn anything about debating skills from me, that's what it should look like. It's a messy affair and all that. Do you think it's, I mean, you guys go on to these online debating things where they've got these nice people that sit three in at one desk, three in another desk. They get up, they present their arguments and then sit down and all that. That, and they don't get interrupted, they behave themselves and all that, and then people can ask them questions to debate the points. That is basically an organized debate, and that's how they should happen. But in the real world, like on YouTube and all that, none of the debates don't happen like that. People don't present their information in it. It's basically, you know, if you, on Richards, he expects himself to be able to talk as much as he likes, and then when you try to talk, he wants to talk over you or attack you or, you know, have a go at you to basically try to undermine your argument, so you can't actually explain your point of view. You know, so in those sort of circumstances, you don't play that game. You basically start going after him, say, oh, you know, things like, if he's, let's say he says something like, you know, oh, it's wrong and all that, you know, I could turn around and say, well, you know, you shit yourself now and then, mate, on your diet. So what have you got to say? You must be doing something wrong. And now you're verbally, you know, just providing us with some verbal diarrhea. You know, so that's the sort of stuff and all that. You don't have to. You can be calm. You can be calm when you say this sort of stuff. But you don't have to basically. What I'm saying is, you basically hit them where it hurts. You know.
Yes. Good.
And say, well, if your diet was so fantastic, mate, why are you fucking shitting yourself all the time? You know, things like that. Or why are you being comatose? You know, not even a general sad dieter doesn't get comatose. The average person out there doesn't go into a coma, a food coma. What the fuck are you doing? You want to tell people about nutrition or how to be healthy? Are you fucking kidding me? You fucking moron. So, you know, that's how you talk to these people, because that is their level. It's a blood sport, exactly. Exactly. It's a blood sport, exactly, mate.
Yep.
If somebody basically wanted to have a proper, meaningful conversation, I mean, you guys come here, you ask me questions, you want basically good, intelligible information, actionable protocols and stuff like that, so you can help with your health and improve things. But in the real world, these sort of people, politicians do the same thing. I mean, look at politicians. They're constantly slagging each other, constantly trying to find little things to amplify them. And that's another debating technique. You find little things, minor problems, and you amplify them as if it's the end of the world. Same sort of concept, you know. So in nutrition, the way you would do that is he shits himself. Obviously, you know, his diet is really poor because it makes him shit himself and all that, and comatose and stuff like that. Not every vegan actually is like that, but you generalize because that's part of the polemic. You know, so play the same. What is it? Play some Yanni for the vegan debate. Departure across the virtual river Styx. Yanni? Who's Yanni? Do you know Yanni?
Not sure what he's referring to.
I'm not sure as well. I'm not actually. What do you mean, mate? Just. Mate, the other point I forgot to make. What do you mean no halal slaughter for the vegans? That's the best way to actually slaughter them, halal-wise. That means you don't knock them out. You just, when they're still alive and kicking, that's when you slaughter them. That's the only way to deal with a vegan. Full halal. And slow halal, not really quick slaughter, slow slaughter. Oh, that guy. Yeah. I'm with
Yeah,
you.
I was going
Play
to
some
say
yarn. Okay.
I wouldn't know, but I just
No.
googled it and I was like,
Hey, I've had enough basically issues with Utopia on with music and stuff like that. No,
yes.
we'll give that a miss. If you want to go and listen to Yanni, go right ahead and listen to him.
You know what? That's crazy. Like people will make their own soundtracks and they get copyright claims on their own soundtracks.
I know, it's crazy. Yeah, soundtracks are the worst for copyright because what the Google the AI does, it actually reads right through. And usually when you're playing music, you're playing it right through, and so it goes, oh, this is you're actually using in the entire content, and that's why I got caught out last time. So it was my fault. I should have realized that. I should have basically, Bart was a bit intoxicated at the time and basically wasn't thinking straight. He was just basically being his merry old self. So I should have basically just put the brakes on that myself. So I take responsibility for my own, because it's my channel. If I don't want to do something, I do. And in the past, when Bart said something, I've sort of slammed on the brakes on him quite clearly. And this time I didn't. So that's my fault, not his. Even though he's apologized a couple of times, he felt really bad about it. But at the end of the day, shit happens. You can't reverse stuff. And it's my channel. I take responsibility for my own channel and my own behaviors. I don't sit around blaming other people for, I control it. If I didn't want to put it on, didn't have to. Simple as that. It's the way it goes in that regard. Yeah, look. When it comes to music, I don't touch it anymore. I keep clearly away from music, because at least some of the other stuff that I make comments and all that, they can't say anything against it, because at the end of the day, I do give a quite clear that it's not medical advice or anything like that. It's in my opinion, all that, and I've got the right to do that. So in there, I keep myself quite protected in that regard. So. And as I said, even to Bart, when we were talking about last time about that sort of stuff, even with the cytokine storm and all these sort of things, these are still speculative, guys. These are speculative things. We do not have, we understand the mechanisms that these things can happen, by what mechanisms, but at the end of the day, they're still speculative. We don't have, it may not happen at all. It's a speculative risk. The question is, are you prepared to take that risk? It's like basically that there is a speculative risk if there is basically certain environmental things happening, that there could be, potential for flooding or this or that or whatever. And do you take insurance and mitigation? Yeah. Does it mean it's going to happen? Maybe not. And that's the whole thing, because we don't have empirical evidence. We have strong associational evidence, and that and mechanisms that it can happen through. But will that express in all people? Will it just be some of the vulnerable people, or the people with very low vitamin D and also with frailty that are going to be more vulnerable? More than likely, it's going to be more older people that are probably going to end up with that issue than younger or middle-aged. But there's going to be the odd middle-aged person or younger person here and there. And that's because just due to genetics, their poor detoxification capacity or whatever, a number of different reasons. It's going to be complicated, and it will probably take a number of years before there's enough studies or research to work out exactly why certain people are affected and others weren't. So what we're saying is, because there is that underlying risk, do you want to play Russian roulette? That's all we're saying. But we need to be quite clear that it is speculative on our side, but it's a speculative risk that we're saying we're not prepared to take. But that doesn't mean. And so that's why I had to pull Bart back, because he is a high-functioning autistic person and has a tendency to view the world black and white. So that's why I had to drag him back and say, remember when I, to basically say, no, this is speculation. This is risk-based speculation, but it's still speculation. We don't have hard evidence in that regard. So it's good that I pulled him back, because it is important, because at the end of the day, we need to remain credible with people, and that's in that case. So I live by those those values anyway. Anyway, I'm going to bugger off because it's about nearly 4 hours. So we're going to pull the pin. You got to go to sleep, young lad. But,
sure.
but just wait for a few minutes after I leave this so we can have that quick chat. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Take care. I will see some of you people later on today. So that is about, 3.5 hours from now, and within the Eurasian region, and everybody else after that will be next week. And I'll see if I can get a few odd things here or there out next week as well. So thanks, guys, appreciate it for being here, and thanks for all the questions and all the hoo-ha and all that. Be nice to each other. And at the end of the day, don't try to avoid falling into the traps of people who are misanthropists, people who are racists, people who are nasty and stuff like that. People sometimes that have got these agendas, these evil agendas, as a Greek Orthodox person, I don't hate anyone. I don't even hate the Turks. I just basically really am opposed to their government, who basically is a militaristic authoritarian government. But I don't hate Turks as people. I don't hate any human. That we're all children of God. We all came out of Africa. We're all sons of Africa. So we need to basically, stop the nastiness and all that sort of stuff. This divide and rule tactics, which the ruling elites use, is to basically divide us and to basically keep us under control. The reality is we're all humans. We all come from, mothers that love us, and we need to remember those sort of things, and we need to work together. Ultimately, we need to wake up the rest of humanity to this nonsense and how they're being manipulated to be used as cannon fodder by the elites. At the end of the day, the elites, for their wars and all their other mischievous deeds, use people as cannon fodder for their misdeeds. Keep that in mind. These people are dangerous, psychopathic people that don't give a shit about any of us little people. They just want to basically manipulate us and control us and put us at each other's throats. Because as long as we're fighting each other, we're not fighting them.
Yes.
Or basically taking the power away from them and giving it to us. And we can do that peacefully. Gandhi showed how he could basically tell a whole empire like the British to fuck off out of India. He didn't have to basically kill people. So there are peaceful ways. I mean, if millions and millions and millions of us rise up and say, we've had enough, we want a new deal in our society, a new political deal in our society, what are they going to do? Kill us all? Nah. They're going to basically start backtracking like mad to give us rights and stop basically treating us like shit.
Yep.
As long as we keep up the pressure. But that means we need to wake up a whole lot of people who basically are still in La La Land. Yep, I will see you there, DJ Projectus. So all the other, and that's why I'm a centrist politically. I take elements from the right and the left, which are good, but I don't view them as right. I view them as practical, common sense, and good ways of running society. Sometimes both sides have, basically I'm eclectic. Jettison the politics, and that's why I believe in direct democracy, because basically that's how we live for the majority of our existence. For millions of years, we lived around a campfire. In antiquity, for once in our period, the citizens were able to take direct control of their society in polis. And even under the Byzantium, there was local autonomy of the polis, where people had local control. Even that level of control is better than nothing, with a limited centralized control, where at least basically on major decisions, they have to put a referendum to us so we can limit what they can do. Even that is a better sort of a halfway house, but better than what we have today. So there are better options. And I would also get rid of all the political parties. Fuck them off. All independents. No political parties, all independents. So so basically it is basically even the representatives have to be independent people that we elect because we think they're better for that. And that will mean it will have much more diverse voices and much smarter governments that will come out of those. Because at least one wrong position won't be able to be pushed. A lot of different ideas will be able to be presented at the center, preventing the elites from being able to push one position. So when you've got political parties, they can fund them and control them and push one political line with each one of them. That's the problem. That's another reason why I don't believe in political parties. People think, oh, that's undemocratic. No, it's not. Political parties are basically corrupt machines of the political aristocracy. It's basically a way to, one human, your local representative from your own community, has to be nice to you to basically get elected. A political party doesn't. They don't have to give a shit about you. That's why political parties are bad. That's why it's better to have a parliament or a Congress or a Senate of independents, not of politicians coming from any party. I'd ban all parties in the country if I could. It'd be the best thing for democracy. It would basically change the whole complexion. It would basically create conditions where you could have something, not exactly direct democracy, but something much closer to it. Because the local person would be tied to the local people. Couldn't do whatever they fucking like because they wouldn't get elected next time. Mm-hmm. So they wouldn't be part of the political machine where people think they feel unempowered. Oh God, who can control the party? But a local representative you can control, not a whole party. That's the difference. That's why they were created, to basically better, because then they're organized in the way they control us. One single person can't control the society. A whole lot of individuals in parliament can't control the society. They represent the society in a sense. If they, it's like the direct democracy where there were no political parties, but people used to vote in as prime minister for 3 months, certain people or whatever. They used to rotate them, whatever. So you never had the same person, but at the same time, people were not, being controlled, manipulated, have their rights ripped from them, be locked up, be fed kibble and all that sort of stuff. So we'd be in a better society. You're welcome. my butt, yeah, probably is. I'll look, don't worry, Jules. I'll go and caress it when I get off this seat. Oh well, I have to provide some excitement for myself. Nobody else is gonna do it for me.
That's what it is, I guess.
Exactly, whatever works for you, I always say. Anyway, guys, thanks and see yous next week.
Stay well, everyone.
Yes, exactly.